people? What is good? What is good? What is good? It is good to be back. Oh my goodness, it is good to be back. We got a lot of stuff to cover here, folks. We got a lot of things to cover. So please, please, please filter on in. Filter on in. Because it has been some wild, wild weekend. That is for sure. That is for sure. Lots of stuff to cover. How we doing today? How are we doing today? It's Monday. It's Monday, man. Start the week. Getting our stuff together, getting your shit done. All right. That's what it's all about. Doing a stream here, interacting with you guys. Been a minute, right? So there's a lot of stuff that we have to cover. First things first is the whole Britney Renner situation, right? And the whole April Mason, because yes, guys, there has been updates to this, okay? This lead attorney, April Mason beef is just going nuts, all right? And then on top of that, like Kevin Samuels tagging in and going at it. This shit is just going crazy. And we're gonna cover all of that and more, all right? But before we do that, we're gonna go ahead and discuss the whole Britney Renner situation. You guys notice it almost seems like a deja vu. I'm like reliving this whole Friday all over again, right? Because it wasn't until like last Friday we covered Britney Renner and April Mason. Now Monday we're covering Britney Renner and April Mason. Now to be fair, okay, just gonna be fair on to Britney Renner, right? Because what I genuinely think, I don't think this is as big of an issue as most people are making it out to be. And for those of you guys who haven't heard, Britney Renner got invited to a college by Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders to basically go ahead and teach these youngins some games. And apparently the manosphere's on fire right now. Okay, we're all losing our goddamn minds because we don't know what the heck is going on. Everyone's freaking out. Oh, Deion Sanders, you're simping. How dare you? How dare you simp and bring Britney Renner around your kids? All right, ain't she the same lady that says hide your kids? She's coming in to take your kids. Look what she did to PJ Washington. Look what she did to PJ Washington. Deion Sanders, how dare you? Right? So listen, personally speaking, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think y'all are just making a mountain out of a molehill. But we'll break that down because listen, I don't really even think it's all crazy. Listen, I saw the tape in question, and don't worry, guys, we'll review that too as well on the show. But I don't think it was crazy. I think it was one of those things that maybe the youngins do need to know. They need to know, what kind of succubuses are out there and the kind of games that they own. And if Britney Renner is the right person to teach that program, right? Listen. You got no calls with me, okay? You got no calls with me. Listen, if she's gonna write a book, if she's gonna sit here and write a book on how chicks can finesse dudes out here who in the very same room she was sitting in, all the motherfuckers she called dumb, all right? Let's just be real. She called every single motherfuckers in that room she sat down with dumb. So listen, if she's gonna write a book on how these guys are dumb and how you can pretty much make off like a bandit, right, in her kid situation, it didn't work out too well, but why not come and do the opposite, right? Maybe this is a redemption process for young Britney, right? Maybe she's trying to turn things around a little bit, okay? So, guys, we got to leave Britney alone, all right? We got to leave her alone. We'll cover this and more. Don't worry about it, all right? So, like I said, mixed feelings on it. I don't know why people are just losing their minds. It's nothing crazy, all right? And on top of that, we're also going into the April Mason situation. And, yeah, that she ended up responding to the lead attorney and Kevin Samuels, and it's very interesting. All right, and a lot of people also had some mixed opinions on this. Right, I've heard certain people, say, "Oh, it's unfair. You don't really understand what she's trying to get at," or listen. She didn't mean men are byproducts. Okay, what she meant was like women just have to focus on themselves. Okay, listen, we'll review that too. We'll review all of that because personally, you ain't gonna fucking change my mind after what I've seen and what I've listen. This woman is one of those people where we talk about influences coming into this space and kind of affecting men in certain areas. I mean, she's good at fooling people. Even some of y'all in the chat. Some of y'all in the chat. Listen, before we even went over the whole scenario, right? We broke down the whole video between lead attorney and April Mason. Some of y'all were like, "Yo, give her some slack. You all on her case right now." And some of y'all had a turnaround, right? After watching that, you hearing what she had to say, right? The lead attorney gave her the rope and she hung herself with it, right? And the whole manosphere now is on notice. And then what also came out was another heavy hitter in the space, right? You guys are well aware of the settlement. Came out, O'Shea Duke Jackson basically said, listen, she is excommunicado from the space. Any one of y'all mofos decide to mess with April Mason, you are done. All right. So we're going to cover that too. All right. What do we think of that? What does this mean for her future in this space? We'll cover all of that and more. Before we go ahead and do that, guys, let's go ahead and introduce the people here. What's good, fellas? What is good? What is everybody doing today? How is everybody doing on a Monday? Okay. Listen. I don't care how much you hate Mondays, because I don't hate Mondays. Mondays are the start of the week, baby. Start of the week to get things done, all right? So I hope you guys had a beautiful weekend. You know, you guys got some things done. Primo's in the house. What's good? My Wolves. Hello, everyone from Alicia. Where's Alicia at? Hey, what's good, Alicia? Hello to you too. Chat misses you. Hope you can catch the show. Poppy Blanco's in the house. What's good? What is good? Yeah, no, I think people are looking at the whole no, you're right. Poppy. I think people are looking at the whole Britney Renner situation wrong. I genuinely think people are. And that comes to the reason why we also get at dudes in this space, right? We come at y'all dudes in this space, especially some of y'all hardliners, right? Because y'all think everything somebody does is simping. Every single thing somebody does is simping, right? If it has to do with the girl, which makes me want to question your fucking experiences with women, because if every single thing people are doing with women or IG models means they're simping, you got a big problem, dog. You got a freaking, that's a more of a you problem than a Britney Renner problem, because I don't think that should disqualify her from whatever it is knowledge she has to offer. Clearly, she's a smart woman, right? She is a smart woman, and if she's smart enough to write a book on how to finesse dudes and then walk that path to a T, to the point where she actually is living that life, right? And for those of y'all who think she's homeless, all right, yeah, we covered that in the last stream. I personally, like I said before, I don't think she's like homeless like that, like she's making it out to be. I think what ended up happening was she finally got booted out of the crib that she was living in, all right? And she's got to figure out her own bearings, right? And now the whole $200,000 a month, I'm not sure if that's a real thing. I don't know. I don't know if she's getting $200K a month, but listen, she's going to be getting paid. Y'all best believe she's getting paid. I mean, come on, look at it. Y'all see the contract PJ Washington signing. She's going to get paid, so don't worry about it. But right now, Britney is going through a rough patch, okay? She's ridden her high all the way to the point where she's been the highest of the ballers and athletes and entertainers, right? You know, to the you know, PJ Washingtons and whoever she's gonna be with next afterwards, right? We're seeing the high and decline of the cycle of being an Instagram model, okay? So if the decline, and part of that means going to these same colleges that she uses as her hunting grounds to warn other people or young unsuspecting men of cougars like her, I say, why not? If she's a good enough teacher for all these young ladies out here, I think she'd be a perfect teacher for some of you young thirsty ass dudes in these colleges, okay? Because listen, the thirst has to stop. Like we are done with this, guys. We are done with this, because part of the responsibility has to be on us. We have to learn good dick discipline, y'all. Like y'all can't discipline your damn dick, so you're running around here and falling into traps out here that are easily avoidable. Right? If you're on your mind, you're on your grind, and you are focused, right? You are focused on what it is you need to do. You'd understand that, hey, listen, it's not saying that don't have sex or don't focus on women. Oh, we teach focusing on women over here. We teach that on this, all right? As your path to the top, right? As you're going on, you know, doing your thing, you should also learn how to talk to women, right? You should also know how to do that, right? Because I don't know some of these master guys, I don't know what they're talking about in terms of, oh, you know, you when you get to your 30s, when you get there, you know, you're gonna be the successful person and whatnot, and the ladies gonna come. Yeah, they're gonna come, all right. You best believe they mean come for your pockets, right? Because that's what it is. That's at that point in time, because you didn't take the time to learn those skills before you got to where you are when you had the money. Guess what? You don't have anything else to lead with but your goddamn money. The only skill you've worked so hard to build up in the first place. So why not, on your way to the freaking top, right? Why not learn how to deal with women? So if you can learn the traps and the pitfalls, the personalities, and different types of situations that you may run into, the crazies, the nice, all the different things while you're on your way. Listen, by the time you get the money, it's not going to be that different. Chicks like Britney Renner, you can see them coming from a mile away, right? So that's basically it. A lot of us, we just don't have that discipline, and we don't have that discipline to try. So essentially, what happens is we fold for the one chick that gives us that one attention, right? That's what ends up happening. So a lot of y'all fall for that IG model or whatever chick that gives you the attention because you haven't been focused on putting in the work to go ahead and get that. So I personally agree, or we'll watch the video, right? We'll get y'all opinion on it too as well, to see what's going on in there. But I personally think that, you know, she's trying to do some good. This may be a redemption process for Britney, right? This may very well be her redemption process, and that's great. All right, let her come back to doing what she needs to do. All right, but with that being said, let's go ahead and get into it. I appreciate you guys sticking with us here. Alicia, welcome. We thought you were gonna miss you today. Jesse Pinkman, is that the real Jesse Pinkman? All right, y'all know where that's from. What's good? Big Dave, what's good? What is good? No, that's facts. How can you be homeless on 200K a month? Now, to be fair, Big Dave, all right, we don't know if she's actually getting that money. We have zero idea if she's getting that money, right? It could be 50K a month, right? It could be, right? They could go back, they could adjust. I don't know. I'm not a divorce attorney. I can't tell you, all right? But what I can tell you is that she's not homeless. She's gonna be all right. She might need some downsizing, right? And that's the one thing, like what do you call it? Dr. Dre's daughter, right? That's the first thing that came to mind, because y'all remember in that video where she was struggling and she was talking about, not Dr. Dre, Britney Renner. She was talking about, oh, I'm homeless. I had to give up my car and whatnot. The same thing. Why y'all not learning good financial management, right? You don't need to go buy expensive cars. You don't need, especially if you come into this game talentless, right? And that's all you have is your assets, right? Your entitlements, right? If that's all you bring to the table and you're not working on any of the skills outside of what you got, listen, man, you better learn some good financial management. That's what it is. Otherwise, the money's going to leave fast. So that's the problem with girls like Dr. Dre's daughter, who all of a sudden is getting a car payment that's $2,400 a month or whatever it was. Why? Why? You're homeless with kids. You're both single moms. You need to downsize. That's what it is. If you have to downgrade that lifestyle, that means that previous lifestyle you used to lead was not working for you. You just couldn't afford it. So that's the weirdest thing. I never understood, like, why y'all always going in and spending all this damn money. Y'all just wild. So what mainly we got to take away from this Britney Renner situation, Big Dave, all right, what we mainly got to take away from her situation is the fact that a lot of young women who are looking at that as the lifestyle, as a new way to go, just understand that that's exactly the consequences that's waiting for you, right? And this is beautiful that it happened, because we can see this in real time, right? The unfolding. Now, not saying that she's going to be down bad, right? She's going to be all right. But in terms of internally speaking, it's going to be a different story, right? It's going to, because this whole experience definitely does have an effect on her, right? And it will, right? We see her in the car and, up and down and trying to wish this stuff away. But realistically, the consequences are going to be there, right? What did we talk about in the last stream? Corinne Steffens, right? Who knows who Corinne Steffens is in the chat? Who knows, right? AKA Superhead. So there you go. It's the same scenario, the up and the downfall. So young ladies, this is a cautionary tale that, if you're going to choose this lifestyle, not saying that you can't do whatever you want. You absolutely can. It's just that this is not a fulfilling lifestyle as some of these ladies would like to make you think it is, right? And that's why we went so hard at Britney Renner for the last stream. We went hard at her because she was trying to make her L seem like a fucking W, right? She was trying to make it seem like, how the hell are you homeless? All right, quote unquote. All right, I don't know. How the hell are you homeless? And then sitting here try to set the same message to the girls. Oh, don't always value independence. Don't do this. Listen. When you decide to have a baby, okay, that advice is all good and well when you're single. And when you're single, you have your own right to think selfishly. If anything, you're encouraged to do so. But when you decide to join situations, right? You get married, you get in a relationship, and there's a baby, your independence stops. Even if you separate, your independence stops because there's a child out there that is dependent on you. We got to get ourselves out this mindset. But she's out here trying to say, oh, I don't have time to party at the club or run the club or do all this stuff like that. Yeah. Your kid's like 2-3 months old, man. That's the most crucial time where they're going to need the moms, right? Their dads, not really. And this is where I can actually attest to that, right? Kids don't need their dads when they're that old. But at 2-3 months, they need their mama. They need milk. They need something, right? And then it's not until they get older when the influence of the father starts to come into play. But other than that, you left the situation before your kid had a chance. Like that's just wild to me. So you can't sit there and preach that as a W, right? So because I'm gonna come after you for that. Like you can't do that. But what you are doing, as for those of you guys don't know, she recently got into this college by Deion Sanders. All right. And y'all better know who Deion Sanders is. I know y'all know who Deion Sanders is. All right. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Before we get into this video, check it out. I told y'all I was gonna do it. I told y'all I was gonna get YouTube Premium. No more ads, baby. No more ads. I told you, we upgrading this bitch. We are upgrading. So essentially what ended up happening, Deion Sanders ended up inviting Britney Renner to the school he coaches football at, right? And shout out to Deion Sanders, man. He's putting in a lot of work, so no hate coming from us. No, none of that, right? But there is a lot of hate that he's getting because of this situation. So this is her at the college, and she's going in, and her whole purpose is to basically speak to these kids about, the trappings of when you get into the big leagues, right? When you start getting into a higher league. Now, this particular clip that everyone's commenting on, it seems like more of like a motivational type of thing. But if you want to paint anything as a W, I would take this. I would take this video any day. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm gonna pause it right there. How many of y'all, I guarantee you, every single one of these brothers in the front row would fold. They half of them probably folding right now. Half of them are probably folding right now the minute she walked in, that motherfucker. They can't handle it, dog. This is what I'm talking about. You young guys. This is how easy it is. So listen. If we're gonna talk about PJ Washington, okay, listen. I also gotta cut my man some slack, okay. Listen, I'm gonna be real with y'all. If I saw Britney Renner walk into the room, I'm gonna knock it down. I'm gonna knock it down. This is how it is. All right. I don't give a shit if she a single mom. I don't give a shit. Listen. That's hard. That is mighty hard, but that is also good. The reason why she's teaching, because I'm gonna tell you this: if you think Britney Renner is kind of like average and talking about like the IG model, like what do you call it, tier list, right? There are other girls that look better than her in that same IG world, and some of them are younger. So imagine how crazy that situation if you were a young man, 19-year-old, just in the college, right? And someone like that walks into the room. Right? Come on, bro. It's like lambs to the slaughter. I mean, come on. It's not even a fair fight at this point. So I'm glad that they're doing this. And for those of y'all calling Deion Sanders a simp, I mean, come on, man. Just watch this video, okay? And then we're gonna break it down and want to see if he was simping. Look at dude.
Calm down now. Calm down.
Can you introduce yourself and let's go from step A to Z, because we got to kind of show these guys the other side of game. And that's why you gracefully blessed us with your presence, so they could understand from your point of view how this game is played.
So my name is Britney Renner, aka Bundle of Britney on Instagram. I have been on social media for
almost... Joke ain't took notes all year, but now you want to take it.
Hey, time out. Big Dave.
Starts with the phone.
They don't stand a chance, bro. They don't stand a chance. Look, oh boy over here. Oh boy, already taking notes. He never took notes, not once. He knew Britney was coming. Got the notes pad. Look at that. Got everything ready. They don't stand a chance, dog. So I get it. I get it. I understand when they talk about this stuff, man. I understand. But this is why, like, especially if you're on your way to the top, right? Athlete, entertainer, whatever the hell. Learn good dick discipline. It's going to save your goddamn financial life.
Right.
They're going on Instagram and they see you. And what happens? They try to get off in them DMs. And kind of take us on the journey of how this is played out.
I mean, honey, like, I feel like my DMs, it's like a Nike store. There's nothing but checks. So it just, for me, I feel like
Hold on. They missed that game.
Nothing but blue checks.
They missed that game right there. She says like a Nike store.
It's like a Nike store. There's nothing but blue checks. So honestly, when you reach a certain status, you can have the pick of the litter. So for me,
she don't mean checks, paper. She mean blue checks.
I'm talking heavy
Verified.
hitters. Some of y'all's favorite rappers, NBA players, football players. It's like, to me, once you reach that level just of popularity, the world is your oyster. You can do whatever you want. And for me, my whole journey on here, I felt like my life almost felt like I was in Disney World, like I lived in Disney World. Like, you get to skip the line, you get privilege. Like, people just want to be next to you. They don't even see you as human anymore. And you can either, you know, use it to your advantage and maybe abuse it, or you can, you know, try to make something happen. So a lot of guys who are in my DM, you're in my DM because I'm Britney Renner. So naturally.
Hold up. Listen, you had me, lady, and you kind of lost me over there. Listen, they're in your DM because you're Britney Renner and they want to knock it down. Just be real, right? They see them photos, all right? They see them thirst traps, and they're like, I want to knock it down. That's what it is, Britney. Okay, it's not because of you. It's because they want to knock it down. But listen. What she's saying so far, it's facts, right? It is facts. When you get to a certain status, when you get to a certain level, men and or women, right? And for women, it's a little bit different. But if you're talking about, like, you know, looks and modellist type of personality, I would say personality. Look, well, Britney, she's got the personality that literally is keeping her in the news, and she actually knows how to play that off. But like, if you have the looks. For women, listen, the world is your oyster at that point, right? For guys, once you get to a certain level, once you get to a certain level of status, the world is your oyster at that point. You get the pick of the litter. However, for girls, like she was basically saying, her DMs are filled with blue check marks. So there's more high value dudes, right? Or great value dudes in her DMs than the other way around. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So it's one of those things where if you get to that status, man, and you're trying to deal with this situation, just understand that there's other people who are better than you in this situation, right? So just keep that in mind. But she's not wrong. She's not really, and I still don't understand the problem that people have with this. I really don't get it, dog. So let's continue.
If you play a sport, it's kind of like, well, that's an incentive to talk to you. A lot of times, women, men in general, everybody wants something.
Thank you.
Everybody wants something. So it's like, even if we both have our own thing going on, me still being with you is a good look because you boost my stock. Just like you boost my, you know what I'm saying? Like, I boost your stock. It's just that simple.
I don't disagree. She's dropping gems here. Like, I don't disagree. Listen, listen. What does Kevin Samuel say? Right, that when you talk about like a high value woman, right, a high value woman compliments a high value man, right? And on top of that, if a man is sitting there with a beautiful looking woman, that also raises his status, not only amongst other men but amongst other women too as well. So that's true, right? When that's why, you know, I always found it so crazy, man, that these guys always had a problem with paying for box, right? We talk about the Fresh and Fit crew and like some of these other guys who talk about, I got the burning desire, literally, right? All these desires and soul sucking and all that goddamn nonsense. You got all these dudes talking about it where it's just like, bruh, okay, that's fine and whatnot, but it's okay to pay for box too. And if you want to be strategic with the kind of box you're paying for, this is the kind of way to do it, right? So if you want to raise your value amongst people that you're around, whether it's I don't know why you want to pay for box around for your friends or whatnot, but for business related situations or just overall improving your status wise, go pay for it. Seeking arrangements. Matter of fact, Correct me if I'm wrong, but is it the same dudes that have been telling y'all not to pay for box, right? Not to get a secret arrangements or whatever the fuck it is? Ain't the same ones that are already getting busted doing that shit, either leveraging their podcast or like going on these sugar daddy, sugar baby sites? I'm sorry, bro. So do as they do, not as they say. You see what I'm saying? Do as they do is not as they say. Women have a certain amount of value that they bring to this, especially some of these women that you guys want to call thoughts and whatever it is, right? Or OnlyFans, IG models. They do, believe it or not, bring value into the economy. So, so just keeping that in mind. But what she said so far, that's facts. I got no problems with it. I still don't know why some of the guys in this space right now have an issue with what she's saying. I really don't. I don't get it.
It's kind of like a give and take, but you have to be aware of what you're signing up for. You want to make it to the NFL, and it's kind of like, you do understand there's a lot that comes with that, right? There's gonna, like, to be able to decipher who really loves you for you, I think that's like the billion-dollar question we're all wanting to know.
This is how the game is played. Please know that. We putting you up on game because some of y'all gonna make it. I hope, pray all of y'all make it, even if you make it in the business world. That's a whole nother category of game. In that world too. They just dress it up a little different.
Yeah.
The game is the same. Only thing changed is your names.
Yeah.
That's the stuff I just spit right there.
You are useful, and it's better to be useful than useless. So you just have to have that understanding that, okay, I have something to offer, whether that's financial, status-wise, whatever. And people do see that as a bonus.
Yo, I can't say this background music, bro. I feel like I don't know what the fuck to feel right now watching this shit, dog. Like, I'm feeling pumped, but I don't know what the fuck I'm listening to, dog. Like, I get it, okay? Relax, okay? You gotta teach these dudes dick discipline, but I mean, y'all making it too damn much. But I mean, that's as much as I want to go with this one here. I don't see what the big deal is, man. So she's out here, she's talking, she's trying to spit game. I don't think that makes Deion Sanders a goddamn simp. So I don't know what y'all are talking about. See, it's the people that don't have the most experience, all right, in the real world and dealing with women and dealing with just people in general are the same ones trying to call other people simps and all these other names and shit like that, man. Y'all got to calm that stuff down, all right? It's all like, first of all, this is Deion Sanders we're talking about. This is Deion Sanders we're talking about, all right? Like, one of the best players that ever has existed in the history of NFL football. And added, not just with one position, with multiple positions, and not just in the NFL and playing football, but like we're talking about baseball and all these other things, like a Bo Jackson, bro. So, this dude is definitely well respected in the space, but it's one of those things where he's one of these, even the college he's coaching at right now, the athletes he's dealing with, right? He's doing it. You can tell all this stuff comes from the heart. If there's anyone else that is the opposite of that, it's Deion Sanders. That's the opposite of simp is Deion Sanders. So just keep that in mind, y'all. Hold up, that shit went out again. But just keep that in mind. It's just one of those things where it's like they don't know. Like, the Poppy, you're right. They don't freaking know, man. Like, y'all don't know. That's the crazy thing. Y'all always thinking like anything a guy does that's remotely nice or kind or even respectful to a woman, right? That's automatically classified as simps. We all see the kind of nonsense y'all like to follow, right? The Andrew Tates of the world and all that. Hey, don't worry about y'all too. I got smoke coming for y'all dudes, all right? But y'all sitting there, what? The only way to be a man and get chicks is to be this straight up dog that's just disrespectful, and chicks are gonna fucking vibe with that. Listen, I'm not saying that most chicks aren't, because most chicks probably won't deal with it, but there's a small minority of chicks who won't mind you talking down to them and speaking in some kind of a fucked up kind of way. But in the real world, you come in with a fucking Myron Gaines type of game. You gotta come in here with an Andrew Tate kind of game, fucking throwing bricks and shit like that. You're gonna go fucking, that's all you're gonna be doing, running into fucking bricks, dog, because you ain't got no game. Just like these mofokes. These guys only do what they do and get what they can because they leverage money. But there's something they don't teach you guys that, right? They don't teach you guys how to use your money to leverage it for box, right? They teach you guys how to try to get their souls for free, right? Oh, I go on secret arrangements, all right? I go on secret arrangements and I get the girls for free. Oh, you do. And then come to find out you're paying for all this other stuff, right? Paying her to walk your dog, paying her to do all this shit that she was, bro. Like, anyone that's taking these mofos serious at this point in time, I don't give it. Like, y'all just crazy. Y'all are nuts, okay? Y'all listen to these fake alphas and they're running your lives into the drain, because all you're doing at this point is living vicariously through them. So it's not your life. You're not the one out here talking to these bitches. And I guarantee you go out here talk to these girls like that, you gonna get slapped in the face. That's just how it is. Real world women don't appreciate that kind of game. They out here throwing bricks, dog. If you don't want fucking charges thrown on you, bro, you go ahead. No. Matter of fact, you go out there and go talk to one of these girls like Andrew Tate does. Go, you go ahead and do it, bro. Go ahead and see what happens. Yo, you get the hell out of here. But not every single thing is freaking. It's not everything's simping, dog. All right. If you want to be able to take a girl out, right? If you want to talk about bringing her home, fucking, what was it? Was that Big Day? No, it wasn't Big Day. Somebody else had a problem with it, right? Where we're talking about cooking game. Right? When you bring a girl home, you show her experience. You like cooking with her in the kitchen, make the dinner and whatnot. Right? A lot of y'all in the chat talk about, oh, yeah, that's simping. That is simping. How? What you're not realizing is most girls, when they go out on dates nowadays, is either them running into mega simps who are just trying to like fucking throw out money on expensive restaurants and dates and shit like that. That's simping, if anything else, right? Or dudes that just want to come up, have them come back to the crib, no dinner, no nothing, just come Netflix, we chilling, and you getting the fuck out of there in the morning. That's literally what it is. But a dude that she runs into, right, who say, hey, come over, but I'm not gonna spend on the stuff in the restaurant. We're gonna have dinner. But listen, let's go ahead and let me show you how to you make good rice. You know how to make good rice? Let me show you. I'm Nigerian, baby. I'm gonna show you how to make good jollof rice. Okay, it's gonna taste so good. It make you want to slap your mama, girl. That's what it's gonna be. Come on, and let me show you how to do it. This is how you boil rice. This is how you do. Listen, bro, you're teaching her. You're showing her experience that she's gonna take with her when she leaves. That way, you stick in her fucking mind. But y'all don't get that. Y'all don't understand that, because doing something like that, that's considered simping. You just expect this girl to be some kind of weirdo automaton that's just gonna come at your your beck and desire. And when she doesn't, right, you're gonna pull a fucking Myron Gaines and what? Call another bitch right in front of her? Get the fuck out of here, bro. That's dumb. That is freaking dumb. All right, y'all who out here labeling people simps and shit like that, y'all the real simps. Y'all don't understand what Deion Sanders is trying to do with a lot of these young brothers out here, and I support what he's doing. So keep that up. And Britney, matter of fact, this might be a whole new thing for you, Britney. Holy shit, this turn this bitch into a show. I'ma go to fucking colleges and talk to these young men on how not to simp and teach them good dick discipline game. I am 100% for it. And that's pretty much what I got on that story, man. Y'all tripping if y'all got an issue with that. All right. So the next one we're going to go into, guys, listen, speaking of all these fake alphas, we're going to talk about April Mason. Oh, God. Yes, April Mason, fellas. She's back at it again. And listen, this time she is throwing them dukes up and she is throwing them freaking hooks right in there, bro. And so she came back with with a response to the video that lead attorney had, which wasn't really a video, but it was a stream that he was doing, and Kevin Samuels ended up dropping into that stream. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, what essentially ended up happening was April Mason dropped into lead attorney's stream, and they were kind of talking about her situation of why she quit teaching dating which is a whole funny thing in itself, right? Why she quit teaching dating to black women, right? And in this whole post that she talked about, she was basically dissing her marketplace, right? That was basically it, right? Just saying, hey, listen, you guys are too entitled. You guys don't realize when you're being, listen, we'll play all that stuff. It was just ridiculous, bro. The main crux of it is, my main issue was with that whole thing was you knew all this stuff about black women, right? You knew all this shit going in, all that shit that you listed off that was the reason that you stopped coaching them, right? You knew that the whole time, yet you still took their money. Make it make sense. No, make it make sense, right? Listen, that's like me sitting out here trying to teach y'all, okay, there's a way men and women can come together, right? There's a way we can do it. Men, listen, I know you can go through pain. I know you can go through hurt and all that shit like that, right? It hurts, it happens, but it ain't the end of the world. You just got to figure out how to heal yourself and come back out to this marketplace and do it. Women, same exact message, right? I know it fucking sucks. I know you're hurt, but you got to clean yourself up and come back out here and date, right? Because when you're taking action, that's when you get the most results, right? It'd be different when I come out here and say, teaching that same thing, but then on the back end say, hey, listen, I'm done with these motherfuckers, right? These dudes over here, all right, they just steady simping, all right? And they ain't gonna never stop simping. I can't work with them. I can't work with these dudes because they all simps, right? That's me insulting y'all and telling y'all, no, I really think that these guys I'm trying to help, they're all simps and they can never be helped, right? These girls I'm trying to help, no, they're all hoes and they can never be helped, right? I'm going to go on over here and start helping the Martians. That's what it is. Y'all, listen, that's so fucking two-faced, it's not even funny. So why is it different when a woman comes on here helping black women for 10 years, gonna turn around and say, no, I can't help you. Y'all too entitled. Y'all rude. Y'all want something that you don't want, that you're not yourself, right? All these different things. And it's like, why didn't you tell them to begin with? Why didn't you? All right. And then some of y'all want to come after me and whatnot. She ended up going on Lead Attorney show, right? And this was before we even covered that, right? Talking about if you want to make money, just sell a black woman dreams. So which is it? Which is it? Do you guys have a problem with the messaging that she has, right? Or and how genuine that is? Or do you guys have I mean, listen, let's just get into it. I don't want to get too deep into it because a lot of y'all right now, man, y'all don't understand what's happening. Okay, we just got done covering Britney Renner, right? We started covering the guy. Look at those young men in those rooms, right? The young men in those rooms who don't really understand what's going on, right? They may not run into a Britney Renner, but they're gonna run into somebody. They're gonna run into somebody. They don't need that kind of help. They don't need that understanding. And then when they do that, if they run into someone that's not gonna be able to help them out, or they run into a woman that's gonna do them wrong, guess where they're heading to, right? They'll be heading to these hardliner spaces, all these I hate women and all that, and it just perpetuates that cycle. So when you want to talk about nipping the freaking problem at the butt, April Mason is a freaking problem, bro. Right. And we're not even going to listen. We're going to get into it, but not even including the fact of what she said back in 2019 about black men, right? About her cousin and all that shit that was happening. Right. Yeah. Talking about, oh, yeah. She even doubled down on her in that on her response. So it just shows you that this lady, what she's looking to do after 10 years of helping black women, right? She realized where the money was going. Right. And it wasn't because she was really even helping black women out in terms of finding husbands, because the women you were actually helping out, they weren't getting any fucking results. Admitted, April. Admitted they weren't getting the results. I mean, look at your own daughter. Oh, I gotta go there. I have to go there. Look at your daughter. Because the way I see it, she's following in your goddamn footsteps, right? She got the 3 kids, right? Divorced right around the same age where you got divorced with 3 kids. Ironic, like mother, like daughter, right? But when she was still married, this was your goddamn bread and butter. This was the woman where you have helped and she's done the most. Come to find out, she followed in your footsteps in the exact same spot that you went when you were 25. Like mother, like that, but you're supposed to be teaching her, right? So imagine how many other black women out there who are following your goddamn footsteps like your goddamn kid. Just saying. And then y'all want to come at me. This is why we do it. Because we let someone like that who come into the space fooling a lot of dudes out here, right? Convincing them that, hey, women are so dope. And we get so dope that a lot of high value guys, by the time we get to the dopeness, they're going to come after us because we're so dope. Like, what in the hell is that? What kind of bullshit is that? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And I'm sorry, I seem to be the one that pointed out that sounds exactly like the dating strategy some of these red pill dudes preach, right? Doesn't it make sense? Like some of these red pill guys is hardliners. Oh, don't focus on, don't focus on dealing with the girl. Don't focus on that. Just focus on the path, become a high value man, and all these women are just gonna come out of nowhere. No, believe it or not, they're gonna come out of nowhere, right? They've made millions of dollars off the backs of you simps, selling y'all a dream, making y'all great value dudes. So when you get to 30, y'all still out here paying the goddamn pot. It's no different for women. And that's what chicks like April Mason, that's what they do. Jesus. I can't help but crack because it's so obvious it's not even funny. So for those of y'all who had a problem with the criticism, guess what? We're going to go into it some more today. All right. And like I promised, it's going to be a smoke show. So if you have any single problems about what the fuck I'm about to cover today, you better step up to the plate and voice them. Oh, and I'm going to be straight with you. It ain't gonna be no walk in the park. You better come with the goddamn receipts because I got mine over here. So you better come and when you argue your points, argue them. Like really argue them. And we'll see. Because some of y'all out here don't seem to understand that this woman has been a snake in the grass for 10 years in the black community for black women and ain't had no results, and seeing that there's money over here coming in here trying to do it. Now, listen, I got no problem with that. I got no problem with that. If anything, we want women into these space. We want to invite women into this space. But then it's got to be the right ones, because then it's just that easy for snakes to come in here and just sell you a bit of goods. Tell you what you want to hear. Just look at what the common red pill guys are saying, right? Oh, this is what they're saying. Oh, shit. All right. Hey, black women, you guys are horrible, right? So you want to make a change, all you got to do is just shit on black women and move on, right? You guys are so hard to work with. You guys are so difficult. And then some of you dumbasses in this space, some of you manosphere dudes, some of y'all here, oh, yes. Oh, you go, girl. Absolutely. You tell those black women what us men have been feeling this whole time. Get them. Get them. Y'all sitting there up in air arms and clapping and shit, right? Don't realize what the hell is going on. And some of y'all such fools, y'all willing to part with your money like that, right? Until Leedy Turney, and Leedy Turney by this time didn't even know her, people. Let me just let y'all know that. Leedy Turney, by this time when he did that interview, didn't even know who she was. But as she kept on talking, she revealed who she was. Talking about men are byproducts. So what byproducts of what? Women being dope? We got dope chicks all around us right now. We got chicks out here who can't stop talking about the fact that how dope they are, right? And we're tired of hearing it. We see it all the damn time. But guess what? It's more of an annoyance than ever. And we got more chicks out here who are more depressed than ever and less likely to find the dudes that they're looking for. Even though you've been working with them for 10 years. No, tell me how I'm wrong. No, real talk. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's talk about April Mason or April Fakeson. All right. So she responds. Okay. She ends up responding. And basically she was talking about, let's actually read the response post that she had. All right. And then we'll go into the lead attorney stream that he had about it. All right. Let's get into this real quick. Hold up. We're about to get into today, bruh. We about to. All right. So this was right after the show, right? Right after she got done with the show and whatnot. And she was basically like, lead attorney, and this is typical, by the way, right? This is typical. You don't voice what you can on the show, but afterwards you go in the comment section or the community tab and shit like that, and you really voice what you got to say. But we caught it. Lead attorney Kevin Samuels, like I said over a year ago, black males will never get an apology from me. Why? Because it turned out my cousin was telling the truth. But black males didn't go run and make the videos and spread that. They immediately sided with their enemy. What happened to the fuck the police? So in this case, she's referring to that scenario that happened with her, with her cousin, where she was supposedly followed around in a store, right, in a location by black men, right, and went out and basically said that she was kidnapped and whatnot. And y'all saw the news article because we covered that in the last stream. They said they looked at the surveillance tape, they looked at everything. None of that happened, right? And April Mason came out with a video that was about 14 minutes long. 14 minutes long, right? Basically lambasting black men. Going in, right? Just going in, calling them out everything. Saying they wasn't shit. Y'all couldn't protect my cousin, right? Over here, she's doubling down, right? And it turns out it's not the fact that black men didn't protect your cousin. It's because your cousin lied. And you're trying to send black men out there to go do what? Stick their neck out to somebody who's a liar? If anything else, I don't even, matter of fact, when I even looked at, the more I looked into that case, y'all, I didn't even want to feel bad about, I felt bad for the cousin because I felt like that's something that you got to have some real mental issues, bro. Like you got to have some real mental issues to believe that somebody is following you when they're not. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even agree about the fact that she got locked up for it, right? I think they should probably took her to some kind of get some psychological evaluation because that's not normal. Like if nobody's following you, nobody's following you, right? So that was a thing. So but she still came out about a year later, or not even a year later, 22 hours ago, and said she doubles down. What happened to the fuck the police? What happened to that? Okay, well let's continue. She says this is because they couldn't accept that someone that looks like them would do something so horrible and were called out on their behavior. You can't say it was well documented if you didn't know this has been plastered all over my social media for almost 2 years. Well documented. Hey, April, go release that 14-minute video of you talking about black men. All right, that's well documented, but it seems like you seem to have to delete that. Right. Speaking of which, I'm sending this to myself because I'm gonna show you what she's talking about when she says well documented here. All right, y'all can see what I'm seeing when she says that. But I continue. Then she said, I don't mind you using my name for clout, but damn, at least get your facts straight. Scroll below to read the entire post for January 2020. I'm talking about black males, not black men. They're not the same. Black men has always held me down. Because you said in your last video that because in order for you to find yourself, you had to divorce your black man, the man you were married to, right? So the man who was a black, or did you marry a black male? Which one was it, right? Because if he couldn't hold you down because you had to leave him, so was he a black male or what? What's happening? But let me go ahead and get, because we read across some surveillance tape, right, of her cousin, and basically wanted to take a look at this whole following thing, because they sure as hell had surveillance on her. Hold the French toast door. Hold up. I'm gonna send this link right to myself right now. All right, boom, done. No, so let's continue, right? And then she said, yes, women have to do work to do, and so do these weak-ass males. A disgrace to the race. Look at that. It's all good when I said I quit working for women because y'all thought it was a city boy win, but many of you are raggedy as well. Listen, with that paragraph right here, I agree with that. Yeah, no, it sounds crazy, right? I actually agree with that. I agree with the fact that most dudes out here, they raggedy as hell, especially some of you great value dudes out here masquerading like you high value. Oh, we see you. All of a sudden, all right off the bat, all you high value dudes are popping up out of nowhere, right? No, we see you. You're great value. It's okay. It's all right. But we get it. Most of y'all are raggedy. Most of y'all think that things are going to go back to the way things are. It's just not going to happen. However, I do agree, right? What I disagree with is the fact that you are genuine in your intentions when you come into this space. Because when I'm reading this, when I look at your attitude on the lead attorney, I see a woman who hasn't changed. I see a woman who's just trying to reinvent herself, right? That's what it is. Your bag of tricks done run out in the woman's space. Now you're coming over here. Who you going to teach? What are you going to be teaching for the next 10 years? How a man could be a man? What you know about being a man? No, real talk. What do you know about being a man? This is a man space, and men need to lead, but female voices need to offer the other perspective. Understand. That's what it is. I get it. But you, if you can't lead women, you can't lead men. You don't understand the male perspective. Think about it, right? Because when we want to have conversations about women, right? If any other group would have it, oh, you're not a woman. How dare you can't speak on something you don't know, right? You don't have the same experience, right? All these different things. But when it comes to the men, it's free game. Anybody can comment whatever it is. That's just dead. I don't know if y'all understand this, ladies, but it's a completely new day and age now. Dudes don't care. Like, if things that we want to be equality and whatnot, right? Want to call that out. This is what this is. So we're calling you out for the fact that you are not genuine. Am I crazy here or what? How many of you reading this right now would say all this shit that she was talking about, men byproducts and all this other nonsense, right? You actually believe that she's here to do some help, or is she actually here say some few sweet words, right, to get some money off some unsuspecting dudes? Because like she said in this sentence out here, which I agree with her, most dudes in this space are raggedy, hands down, right? But that's why they need actual leadership, not someone who's just going to come in here and profit off their raggedness, profit off their ignorance, profit off the fact that they're hurt. That's what it is. So let's continue. Y'all run around here gossiping like females. Men don't have time to be on the internet making low vibrational videos about women. They heal and choose better women because they're out building legacy, handling business, investing, networking. networking, working out, going to therapy, sleeping, evolving spiritually, and doing it all again the next day. I agree with that, but I don't think majority of you guys are doing that. I don't think that's what it is. And you trying to act like guys on here talking about your ass and talking about the shit you're doing and you're acting like this is not a job. You acting like they're not out here trying to make their dreams come true. There's legit money flowing through the space. That's the reason why you're doing it, right? And you've been on the internet talking about other chicks, talking about other dudes. We've seen it. I've seen your Facebook videos, chick. Like, I've seen what you've been on. I've seen all of it, right? So it's one of those things where you're sitting here talking about gossiping and whatnot. That's literally YouTube, right? You see how she's going to every fake guru tell. Every fake guru tell, right? They always pivot to the clout chasing. They always pivot to clout chasing, and then, oh, you guys are gossiping. You sound no different than some of these what do you call it? Andrew Tate stands, right? These Tate stand boys, right? The Fresh and Fit stand boys, right? That's no different. They all in our comment sections inbox saying the exact same thing. Stop using Tate's name for clout. Stop using Fresh and Fit for clout. Y'all gossiping like you're little girls. It's crazy how grown men can sit down here and gossip about little girls. It's funny, right? Every time we call you out, we're gossiping, we're clout chasing, right? So we should just keep quiet. You come in here, ruin the men that we're supposed to be here to chase or to help out, right? And then all of a sudden, take your money and leave like we're not supposed to like call you out, right? But yeah, we're clout chasing. You're clout chasing. Like what I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And let me tell you this. This is another thing that when you think about it, when I talk about women don't understand the men's perspective, she's out here. I'm not saying that most men don't do this, right? But she's out here thinking a lot of guys out here don't have the time for be on the internet making low vibrational videos about women, right? They heal and choose better women. No, they don't. No, they don't. On what planet? On what planet? If they healed, if men of value are healing and choosing better women, the manosphere wouldn't be growing and expanding at the rate that it is right now, so much to the point where you trying to get your hands and dip your little paws in here. That's what it is. Because there's a lot of guys right now who have a genuine issue with literally women, with dating, with relationships, with coming together with women. And women are going to be honest with other women. You said it yourself. Jesus Christ. You said it yourself. You said in order to make money, sell black women a dream. That's what you said. So how did we know the advice you were giving to those women were actually helped out versus them actually just eating fluff so they can line your pockets? That's no different from when these black churches and these priests and preachers and shit, right? Preaching to black women and telling them what they want to hear, give them all the fluff. Oh, you could be successful. You could be a dope chick. You could be a boss chick, right? You make all your money. I was in the Rick Ross room. I was in a room with Rick Ross. Yeah, It was my show. It was an April Mason show with Rick Ross. Yeah, that was what it was. You paid $25,000 to be in that room, and you trying to turn that into a win? Like what? If I paid $25,000 to get in the room, I'm gonna get in that room. Guess what? That's the price to get into the room. So you lording that around like some kind of weird flex. I've seen that all your videos. I got in the room with Rick Ross. Everybody's telling me, how did I get in the room with Rick Ross? Because you paid for it. Tell them to go get 25 grand and then drop it. They'll be in that same room too, and they could be their show. Like, what are you doing? This is fake guru shit right here. This is no different than people that we've known and we've covered who take pictures next to McLarens and private jets, right? And have hopes and aspirations of being a rapper. That's no different from people that we know that do the exact same shit. So you conjure your way into a Rick Ross room. I won't say you conjure your way to a Rick Ross room. You paid your way into a room with Rick Ross, and you're trying to paint that to be this staple, this pinnacle of what you got going on. If you're teaching women about how to get into relationships and how to build strong, healthy foundations, where the fuck does being a freaking dope fucking entrepreneur boss babe chick comes into play? If anything, that forces you to be in your masculine. Unless I'm crazy. Because I'm an actual entrepreneur and I know the kind of work it takes to do it. And some of the people around me can't even match the same work ethic that I got. Just working a normal job. So it's sitting there just listening to these stuff and you're seeing all these people do it. It's like, what kind of business are you running? Because I know, I can tell just based off how you're doing, your work ethic ain't going to be the same. It's not going to be the same for what it takes to put a business, start from the bottom all the way to the top. It's not going to be the same. There's a lot of grit and grind, but we don't hear that. It's all this fluff. And that's what she's been doing for 10 years. You think you'll come in here and start teaching these dudes fluff? Listen, we already got enough of that as it is in this space, April. Like we already do, girl. We do. We don't need the BS. Real talk. We don't need any more of your BS. We don't. We need actual, real, genuine people because the boys are hurting. I'm not gonna lie, the boys are really hurting right now. So that was the post she put up a couple hours ago, right? Basically coming out coming out and saying, my post I did last year or the year, it still stands and whatnot. So many of you guys are probably wondering, okay, well, listen, what is it that what post are we talking about here? What is it that she posted that got everybody so goddamn pissed off? Like, what's going on? Well, guess what? I'm gonna share that with y'all too. So we got another one. This was about a year ago, right when that incident happened, the false incident with her cousin and shit, right? We all know what she said, and all that stuff got followed. And this is directly what she posted afterwards. So now we're gonna get into, how she feels about, our black men, right? Cousin update. Just got off the phone with the attorney, and charges were dropped. They found that she did not file a forced police report and was telling the truth. I'm sure you're not going to run and spread this news. For all those who decide to make the video and try to discredit and drag me, I don't expect an apology. Why? Because you'll only try to find another way to make her wrong instead of accepting the fact that you jumped into conclusions and why protecting your own is not your own agenda. You showed your asses, and I'm forever grateful for you doing so. As you see, I continue to move forward like you hadn't said a word. Thank you for all of those that actually came through and had my back. All of that was cap. All of that was cap. There's literally news articles out there. There's literally freaking surveillance videos, which we'll get into, right? Of your sister not getting nabbed, not even fucking telling the Uber driver she hopped into that she was being followed. None of that. You did a 14-minute video, which you deleted, right? There's a reason why you deleted it. There's a big reason because you said some things that right now, if we were to play, would make you look real stupid. Now, wouldn't it, April Mason? Now, wouldn't it? But let's continue. To see a body of men who claim the system is the enemy, always screaming F the police, slide with them over someone who looks like their mother, daughter, aunt, wife, etc., speaks volumes to me. She's essentially saying that black men would care more about sticking with their own than helping a black woman. Bull fucking shit. This is bullshit. If that was true, they wouldn't be killing each other in inner cities right now. If that was true, they wouldn't be raised by their single moms to hate their fathers or hate other men that look just like them. If anything, it sounds to me that it's the other way around. It seems like sisters would band together and would unite to destroy a brother. How many times have we seen that happen? Yeah, it's happened to me in my life. It's happened to brothers I've known. I know brothers who are hurting right now because they had sisters come together to destroy him. And you're going to sit there and write this like all black men ride for their own. If anything, this space is about getting black men to work together because it's a hard thing for us to do right now. It's a hard thing for black men to actually expand themselves, to expand their options, to work with other racial groups, talk to some other people. So what are you talking about? This is that old trope that literally trying to paint people with a freaking wide brush. On this channel, we always preach, whatever these guys, these toxic red pillar guys, right? Whatever they like to preach against women, the same thing could be applied to them. What you're saying right now in this video, that could easily be applied to you. That could easily be applied to your situation. Matter of fact, this does apply to this situation because after come to find out your sister lied, you came out and caped for it, even when the truth came out. This is you, April. This is you. You are projecting what you're doing currently on us. But this is you. You banded together with your cousin, another black woman, right? Who was documented, was arrested for doing wrong. You came in and caped for her. without even having knowing that she was wrong, with all evidence and facts out there. You didn't listen. It didn't matter. But it was against other black men, and you decided to go in there and basically talk your stuff in that 14-minute video. And now you're coming out here talking about we're always trying to protect each other. Black men aren't trying to protect each other. We can't stop them from killing each other right now. What the fuck are you talking about? You're crazy. To see a body of men who claim this, we already read that. In words of the late Cornell Boyd, he who controls your perception controls you. That's very interesting you said that, April. I found that very interesting that you said that. All right, y'all showed just how weak-minded and easy prey and controllable you are. And I thought we had gotten so far. Once again, no apology expected. Like the one you asked of me, I just did what a loyal person does and ride with you until the end, regardless of the heat that may come down on you. Back to the film set. Listen, no one has a problem with you going and caping for your cousin, right? No one has a problem with you doing that. But the problem comes is where's the when we talking about you being a responsibility and accountability coach for women, right? Where's the responsibility and accountability for your cousin when she lied on 3 other black men, claiming that they kidnapped her after surveillance found out that was a lie? But you join forces with another black woman to destroy innocent black men. And then you come out, put a post up, and then say black men still ain't shit. And now, fast forward a year, you want to come into the space and help black men. Guys, I don't get it. I don't get it. And y'all coming at me. Y'all coming at me and saying I'm the one that I got this wrong. This is crazy. It's crazy. But you know what this does? This exposes a couple things, right? It exposes a couple things because it exposes that there's certain people who don't listen to rational arguments, right? And you listen just to make an argument without even counteracting the point. Yes, it's another black person talking about a black woman, right? All of a sudden, that's wild. That's crazy. But when I'm sitting here talking to black dudes, when I'm talking to black men and men in general, that's okay. Yeah, call these fake alphas out. Yeah. Nah, I don't think y'all understand what this channel's about. We call out the hypocrisy on both sides. I don't give a shit if she's your favorite dating coach. I don't give a shit if Andrew Tate's your favorite fucking millionaire. I don't give a shit. If they do wrong, we gonna call them out. That's just how this shit works, player. That's just how it works. So let me see if I can get this goddamn surveillance video up, right? And you guys tell me if April Mason's cousin got followed, because maybe she did. Maybe we got it all wrong, right? Maybe we got the whole thing all wrong. And what April Mason said in that one post where she said that we didn't know what the hell we were talking about because the police vindicated her. Let's see if she was right. This ain't me. This is YouTube. This ain't YouTube. I paid for the premium. I promise. I promise. But after this gets done, hold up. There we go.
A 2-alarm fire shut down a popular vintage shop in Atlanta. Have you seen this video right here? A Fox 5 video recorded it from the roof of Ponce City Market. It shows flames shooting from nearby Paris on Ponce. Firefighters got to the scene within minutes of getting the call around 9:20 Wednesday night. Heavy flames and smoke were already pouring from the 100-year-old building, which actually spans a quarter of a city block. Major damage, but no injuries reported. Still no word on a cause. Developing tonight in East Point, police arrested a woman accused of filing a false police report. Investigators say this woman right here, Cynthia Collier, met with an officer just after 2 on Sunday afternoon to report an attempt.
Hold up. Accused of filing a false police report. April Mason, right? This was the same year. What did she say? Just got off the phone with the attorney and the charges were dropped. They found that she did not file a false police report and was telling the truth. Remember that first paragraph, people. She did not file a false police report and was telling the truth. Okay.
Attempted abduction. She said an officer just East Point police arrested a woman accused of filing a false police report. Investigators say this woman right here, Cynthia Collier, met with an officer just after 2 on Sunday afternoon to report an attempted abduction. She said it involved 3 men, took place at a Circle K store. Last night, investigators released this surveillance video. They say it proves Collier lied by claiming a man followed her.
She did not file a false police report and was telling the truth. I'm sure you're not going to run and spread this news. No. The fact that she lied was in the news. The fact that she was a liar and tried to put, look at this, 3 black men, right? Try to put them away, innocent black men. And you come in, join forces with your cousin to destroy black men and come out with this bullshit ass fucking post saying that black men protect each other. No, it's you guys that do it. Matter of fact, y'all do it better than most men out here. We trying to get the guys to do it like y'all. We're trying to get the guys to rock with each other like y'all rock with each other without even knowing the circumstances. You see what I'm saying? We're trying to get that to happen, but that's not. But the fact of the matter is, you sitting up here trying to lie to us like we didn't see what we're seeing, right? This is your words versus what we're seeing right here. No. Your cousin is in the news for filing a false police report, and she's caught right here in 280p, all right, walking around, and guess what? Ain't nobody trying to touch her. Ain't nobody trying to deal with her. Everybody trying to move about their business. But what happened if the cops were shot, not what we're called, right? Knowing the stigma, of this whole situation, right? And we're talking about potential kidnapping. Oh, the heightened tension would have been up here, right? The cops would have come in, guns drawn, ready to go. Those brothers likely wouldn't be here right now because a woman lied. A black woman lied. Luckily, none of that happened. But if that were to be the case, y'all wouldn't be in uproar like this. No. Mama could lose 3 babies right now. Y'all wouldn't care because a woman lied. Admit it. Y'all be knowing y'all grown girls be on some bullshit. We don't care if you want a cape for them and anything like that. But if you're supposed to be someone who's teaching women how to be feminine, how to be respectful, how to get married, well, they also got to learn how to be fair. They also got to learn how to know when bullshit is bullshit. That's why it's much more important the criticism coming in from you. Because you out here teaching other women, but you out here can't separate the fact that your cousin's bullshit. Listen, if that was even my brother coming out here doing some wild shit, I'm not going to come up, and I knew it was false. I'm not going to come up here and fucking shit on all black women for not protecting him or all black men for not protecting my brother. I'm not going to do that. That doesn't make no sense. What does that got to do with every other black man out there or every other black woman out there? That got nothing to do with them. And if I knew he lied, I'm going to call him out on his bullshit. But for some reason, that's so hard for you to do. Or maybe it's because you got so used to selling black women bullshit all these damn years, you couldn't recognize the same bullshit coming from your own cousin. Maybe. I don't fucking know. You tell us. I don't know. But let's play the rest of this tape, and y'all let me know if she got abducted or not. Because apparently,
around the store,
April Mason,
police say video from outside of the store also counters a claim by Collier that the man was following her in a Dodge Charger as she used a rideshare. The rideshare driver told police Collier made no mention of being followed.
Boom. I can't, what else do you want? What else do you want? I don't want someone like that in this space. I got to change out my battery, y'all. Don't worry. I got a new, charger coming. But, yeah, we got to do the change out thing. But let me know. What was I wrong? Right? So let's go ahead and get into the lead attorney. Right? Because the lead attorney did a response to her comments. Hold up. Let's get into it real quick. Let's get into it. So he's about to do a recap of that stream where Kevin Samuels dropped in. And we're about to see. We're about to see what happens.
One of the things that I think...
Let me go back a little bit. All right.
Join the dating industry and give women fluff.
Yeah, we know.
And one of the things that I think, because you're a new guy and you open your platform, you let everybody come up. I understand what you're doing. You have to be diplomatic and let people, because you got to be neutral.
Yeah.
And what I think I'm starting to see is people, your platform, you're not a small content creator. So people who already have well-established content profiles will come over here when they would never, ever go over into the Thunderdome or any of these other platforms, because they would have to speak about their evolution or their change. Someone would bring it up. Like, so when you couldn't understand what was going on in the contents in the.
So let me stop it right there for a second. You guys here, Kevin Samuels knows what I am trying to do over here. All right. I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be balanced. Like he said, I'm trying to be neutral. His words, diplomatic. All right. And I open my shit up to everybody. Now, let me tell you this, because I've thought about YouTube a lot. I can't tell you how much I've thought about YouTube over this last year. A lot. And I remember when I didn't know how to do live streams. I didn't know how to pull people up. I did multiple videos. I did multiple live streams. I didn't know. I saw other people pulling. I saw Bernard Riley with 10 brothers up. I was like, I don't know how he does that. I taught myself. Now, from day one, I have been opening up my thing to everything, to everybody, my channel. Listen to what I'm telling you. This has a risk.
Pay attention, folks.
This has a risk when you open your panel up for everybody. Now, Kevin Samuels understands that. Do you know who else understands it? Me. Me. Like, I understand it. I'm the fucker that's doing it. Let me tell you something, guys. I am willing to run that risk. I want you to hear what I have to say. I am willing to run that risk. I want you to be able to come up when you got 2 fucking subscribers and I don't know you from Adam. I want you to be able.
That's facts, because exactly what he's trying to build is exactly what we're trying to build here. Like, we don't give a fuck if you got 2 subscribers, you got 1,000 or a fucking 100,000. It does not matter, man. If you got factual shit to say, you can come on board. Some of the people that we've had on this panel here, they don't have subscribers. They don't even have a channel, but they come up here and they learn or they talk about their experiences. And honestly, there's a certain element to this type of format that Lead has, that we have, Lapeef Network and Anton Daniels and whatnot, they have, is that, you know, open it up a little bit to be able to have a lot of people come in, because y'all who are coming into the space right now, especially our audience, you guys are coming from a mixture of different places. A lot of times the manosphere, it used to be locked down. That's what y'all don't understand. Even to the point where women weren't even allowed to like really comment in certain comment sections in certain places, right? Some of you guys have been following the manosphere for a long time. Y'all know, especially some of y'all ladies, y'all understand how hard it was before, right? Until Kevin Samuels came in, right? And then we kind of saw the dynamic of how that would work out with him interacting with the other women. And that became the standard. Now, obviously, following Fresh and Fit and some of these other guys who started coming up and doing platforms with women, it set the standard and it set the notion that, hey, listen, man, having women and having the other perspective also makes sense, because if we don't have that other side, it just turns into a sausage fest where guys just complain about their goddamn problems, and then it gets annoying. It gets really freaking annoying and old, right? But they hear from the other side. Since they're the other side of the population, we got to understand what they're seeing, what they're talking about, so we can then get a holistic picture of modern day dating. And this is where the future is going to be. That's where it's heading to, right? Open platforms for all, where average guys, average girls can actually have a conversation about their dating. However, like the lead attorney was saying, there is a major risk to this, a huge freaking risk, man. And the risk is people can come up here and spit some major trash. And we've heard it. We've seen it, right? But I'm not so worried about that with this platform, because I think, especially with this platform, y'all are pretty smart. Like, y'all some sharp motherfuckers. Like, shout out to y'all in the chat. Real talk. Y'all sharp, and y'all don't fall for bullshit. That's why you're here. I mean, think about it. Before, when we were getting up and going, we had a lot of trolls in here, right? A lot of trolls who would come in and do all that stupid shit. But for genuinely, we have real people now, right? We've weeded out all the trolls. Some of you guys who used to be here, day one followers, y'all know how crazy that was, how crazy it got, because they couldn't understand the message. They couldn't see what was happening. But as we grew, right, we have a chat where it's like, You guys obviously can sniff out bullshit, right? And you guys want to be able to know the real from the fake. A lot of these platforms out there, it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. But here's the problem. When you open platforms up like this, right, and you have guys who are very impressionable, like the people who are running these type of platforms, they have to be sharp, and they have to be able to not only be sharp, but listen to what people are saying. They have to have an ear to understand what it is people are saying, because a lot of times when you listen in to what people are saying, you understand the kind of messaging and where that message is coming from. And when you understand where that message is coming from, it's up to you, because you have that platform responsibility to decide, okay, what in the hell is going on? Because a lot of people who are watching, they don't really know any better. They real talk don't. That's why they're watching. That's why they're coming in. They want to understand. They want help. They don't know any better. But where this gets dangerous is if you have platforms and you have guys who come on, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, teaching young, impressionable dudes bullshit that they don't even do, right? The Donnie Boys of the world, the Andrew Tates, the fucking Fresh and Fit, right? That's it. All in that category. Guys who teaching dudes what it is that they're not doing themselves. So it becomes a problem when you open up and you have guys like April Mason who come in here who's teaching women something that she probably doesn't even do herself. Matter of fact, I scratched that. She does. She's an embodiment of what she teaches, right? It's just not the right teaching for this kind of space. It's not the right teaching that's going to help a woman get married. It's just not. Everything that came out of her mouth was being a boss chick, boss babe. There's no figuring out how to be feminine. You talking about conditional femininity, turn it up, turn it down. How is that even possible? Oh, we're going to have a smoke show later, guys. Y'all call in and let me know. Y'all ladies who had a problem with it, y'all call me and let me know how the hell you can turn up and turn down your femininity and how that doesn't fuck with your whole fucking system. You let me know how you can do that. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's impossible. It's hard. It's difficult. You can't do it. Not saying you can't. Like, listen. Once you get used to a certain type of lifestyle where it is you're working, you're being independent, you're doing all this, rah, it's going to be difficult to turn that shit down. Especially if most of y'all out here who have been single and been by yourself for that God knows how long, that eventually starts to become a problem because you get stuck in your ways, still believing that you can turn this up and down, now realizing what you actually are. It's like April Mason. She said in that one video, right? Like, I didn't know I was teaching these girls. I was teaching them whatever the fuck, wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize myself until I walked in the mirror and realized I gained a couple pounds and I was depressed and all this other stuff, right? But you didn't realize you were dealing with all those different issues and whatnot. You weren't self-aware enough to realize that while you were helping people. So you were hurt. You were dealing with pain and suffering while you were also trying to help other people who were dealing with pain and suffering. Hurt people, and this is how. Instead of getting yourself fixed, going see the therapist like you said in your little post that you put up there, you weren't doing any of that. But you want to come out here and shit on black men, and then you double down on the post saying you meant everything you said? No, we get it. That's why we don't respect you here. That's just what it is. Just like I don't respect these fake alphas, I don't respect these fake female alphas. Now you can earn your way back, but with someone like April Mason, it's different with Britney Renner. Right? It's different with Britney Renner because Britney Renner, at least she's still young enough, right? She's 29 years old and she's trying to turn things around. Maybe we don't fucking know, right? Maybe. But April Mason, over 40, like already set in her ways. Everything that comes out of her mouth is about making money. Come on, man. That woman is set. She is set in who she is, and that's okay. But that's not okay for dudes and ladies trying to find love. I'm sorry.
Able to come up and shout your videos out. I want you to be able to do that. Who on YouTube allows you to promote your channel more than me? Let's take O'Shea out of it for a second, because O'Shea, I mean, he's the GOAT, right? We can't even consider him. No one never is going to catch that. Who on YouTube allows you to come up unknown, sight unseen, icon or no icon, cammed up or not cammed up, and shout your channel out? There are 4,000 people in the chat. Name me one person who allows you to shout your channel out to 4,000 people when they don't fucking know you for free. Right? Who can you just do that with? Who can you go into a chat with 4,000 people and have the content creator drop the link to your channel He's dropping the link to your channel in his chat in front of 4,000 people. Name one. You can't name one that does it every time he cuts the camera on. It's not a special occasion with me. Every time I cut this goddamn camera on, you know that you can come up and shout your channel out and have it dropped in the link. 4,000 people you have opportunity to talk to convert. Let me tell you this. Go into the YouTube, go into the search bar and type in lead attorney reaction video, lead attorney this. There are over 100 reaction videos to my shit.
One more right here.
How many copyright strikes are there? Fuck a strike. How many copyright claims are there? A zero. Shout out to Coach Greg. Zero. I will never copyright claim.
Alicia said he mad. I would be upset too. I would be. Listen, he shouted her out, you know, did her thing and whatnot without even knowing who the fuck she is. And then she comes in here and just basically starts talking shit about lead attorney. Listen, I've seen that too. I've seen that happen. You know, we shout people out in the chat here too as well, and they turn around and talk shit. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. It's life, okay? People, not everyone's going to get on the program, but I understand where he's coming from because sometimes people can be a little unappreciative. They can be, you know, just a little, you know, just in their own heads a little bit, not really understanding, literally being incapable of seeing the bigger picture. That's what some of these people are. I've experienced it. I know some of you guys have experienced it. Lead attorney is definitely going through it right now. But there are people out there that you do stuff for, and they will turn around and fucking stab you right in the fucking neck, right? Because that's where it hurts the most. That's what they'll do. It is what it is. In this case, it's a black woman to a black man. The same black woman talking about all black men, all you guys want to do is cape for each other, right? What happened to fuck the police, huh? What happened to fuck? What happened to that? What? The police came out and said you lied. What the fuck are you talking about? They came out and said you lied. And on top of that, you lied and doubled down on black men. And then you came out later and tripled down. So, I'm sorry. Why is it that then you should have free reign to come on a platform, 4,000 people, to be able to then say the bullshit you were saying? And out of those 4,000 people, how you expect those people who remembered what you said about black men, how you treated black men when that scenario went down, and then all of a sudden believe that your help to them is going to be genuine? Come on, man. We're going to play a little bit of this, then we get into the next segment.
Your shit. I will never copyright strike it. You want my shit? Take it. Guys, this came back the very first time when I implemented this, it immediately, this is karma. I got tested. Like 2 weeks after I said that was going to be my policy, I ended a live. Listen to what I'm telling you. I ended a live. I got something to eat. I went to the kitchen, brought back, started watching on YouTube. The live that I just ended, I saw it being replayed word for word, no commentary, no overlays, no B-roll. It was being replayed in real time. There were 400 people in the chat giving super chats. There were 400 people on another channel where it was just me. It was just like me talking, just like this. Did I copyright claim it? I just went to another channel. Right? I made fun of Pink Book Lessons, like, you know, for taking my stuff, but she improves my stuff. She makes my stuff better. Some of y'all just copy it. You want to take it, take it. If you want to grow your channel that way, grow it.
And typically that seems that's supposed to be the life of YouTube. That literally is. That's why when people talk about this goddamn like, oh, you're cloud chasing, that's literally what YouTube is. Reaction culture, the reaction community it's booming. Okay, literally, it's easier to react to content and blow up off that way for smaller creators than it is for larger creators. Larger creators, once you get to that point, you become the content creator, and then the other people are supposed to react to. That's why this whole copyright thing that people do is just bullshit. It's really dumb, right? You're supposed to. Listen. Our channel blew up off of reacting to videos. You think we're gonna stop that model anytime soon? Hell, the fuck no, we not. We won't keep reacting to these videos. So that's what it is. So when people do these damn fucking copyright strikes and whatnot, it's weird. So it's I even encourage some of you guys. If you guys want to use some of these videos, you guys who are panelists, you guys are in the chat right now, you guys come on up, or you guys got channels or anything like that, go ahead. You clip this, you put it on your channel. Do what you got to do, man. That's what the culture and the YouTube economy is all about, man. Grow your channel with it. It is what it is. Some of you guys in the chat have grown your channels just by proximity of being here and having these conversations and coming up on the panel. So it's one of those things where I absolutely, that's why I fucks with Lead, I absolutely vibe with this kind of element, because y'all don't really understand. For those of you guys who are not like trying to be YouTubers or aspiring to get into this space, you gotta grind, dog. It's a daily fucking grind. It's not like you throw up a video, then it's gonna go viral and people are gonna see it. It's gotta be a freaking grind, and you gotta be like you gotta be on it, right? And Lead Attorney also talked several times about these struggles that he's had going through it. So that's what it is. So you guys don't understand this stuff, man. But yeah, so let's continue, right? So that was his reaction after the whole live that he ended up having with Kevin Samuels, right? And they end up actually, that was right after. So he ended up going and kind of talking about it, because Kevin Samuels at that point in time got done talking to him and saying, hey, you know, this is the skinny on April Mason. This is what's happening. Get the likes up, people. All right, this is what's happening. This is who she is. Y'all just got to be careful, right? And then Lead Attorney finally responds to the statement that we just read together. Alicia, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate you, girl, supporting and sponsoring this show. I appreciate you. I'm gonna do an ad just for you, girl. You keep sponsoring the show. I do an ad just for you. Christmas is coming. Hey, listen. So the same post that we read, right? The same post, we see it right here, and Lead Attorney's about to go through it right now, right? So y'all remember this, right? Right, y'all remember this? It's still the same 2019 energy, right? So let's go ahead and read on here. Let's see what Lead has to say about this here.
Guys, let's slow down for a second. Let's look at this last sentence. You can't even say it was well documented if you didn't even know this has been plastered all over my social media for about 2 years. Does anybody think I know this lady's social media for the last 2 years? I have a question. Is there anybody in the chat that thinks that I know this lady's social media for the...
Hey, Leisha, you thought he was big mad before.
past 2 years. Jesus Christ. I don't know who you are.
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth.
You came on my It's been plastered all over my social media for 2 years. How are you going to come over to my and then complain that I don't know who you are?
Listen.
Oh, here we go again.
Lead. Let me introduce you to the world of fake alpha bitches, okay? This is what fake alphas and fake female alphas love to do. This is their part of the argument chip, right? It's either you don't watch their content, or you're a clout chaser, or you're up on their content, you're always following them, or you're a hater, or you're broke. It's usually along the lines of those things, right? So for someone like you who could have no idea who this person is, right? And she can come on your platform and pretty much hang herself with the rope you gave her, right? And then come back and say, no. You were clout chasing. No, you just want my clout. My boy's almost at 100K subs, bro. Your YouTube channel, you haven't posted anything in the last 5 months. So actually, the couple of days was the last time you posted. But other than that, that was when the whole Kevin Samuels thing started to go out. But like literally, you haven't done shit for 5 months. You come up here, right? You're not even consistent on your own channel, and then you're sitting here, somebody's clout chasing off of you. Like what? For what? For what? We didn't even know you when he freaking came out with that. This is the staple statement of a fake guru. So for your ladies out here calling me out, talking about why you criticizing her, because she is still refusing till this day to take accountability. Accountability, bruh. You're blaming another black man for the shit that you caused, the mistakes that you made. The fuck is that? Like, where, no, seriously, where have you ever heard that from? Oh, no, scratch that. We hear it all the goddamn time. And you want to bring that nonsense to this space? And then you're getting mad why people are so protective of this space. The men are. There's a reason why. And I would say this. We're doing a pretty goddamn good job of keeping the snakes in the grass out. I would say so. All right, we had a few slip-ups here with the Jessica X's of the world and whatnot. We had a few of them. But on top of that, we're not missing this. We're not missing this. And especially if you can see someone like that from a mile away. Sharp people who are real men, who spend time dealing with women and dealing with people, can suss out that shit. My boy's a freaking divorce attorney for decades, bruh. You don't think he's been dealing with women saying the exact same bullshit? You don't think he's able to suss out that? The average guy wouldn't. The average guy would look at them big-ass glasses she got on, the demeanor, the way she speaks, and would think that she's being genuine. And that's the problem. That's why we're getting so defensive, because just because we understand that there's not a lot of help out for men out here. But there's not a lot of help for women out here either. And you're Exhibit A. There really isn't. In this space, I would argue, is simultaneously actually helping the women more than some of these female spaces are. Go on TikTok. Go on some of these female YouTube channels if you don't believe me. I believe, and I'm making that declaration here, that the manosphere does a better job of educating women indirectly than actual female spaces. Change my goddamn mind. Real talk. Because a lot of women flood these spaces because they really want to get an understanding of how men really think. Women aren't going to be honest with them. April, you admitted that you weren't honest with women for 10 years. You admitted that. So if you're not going to be honest to other women, especially other black women, the hell, what you mean you're going to be honest with dudes? What? I'm honest with dudes sometimes and I get hate for it. I get called a cloud chaser. I get called broke. Y'all don't even know my personal life, but I get called broke. I'm just hating. That's all I'm doing is hating. What, dog? Like, what do you mean? Like, what? What do I need to hate on y'all for? What does Lee need to hate on you for? It's a common trope. This shit's dead. I'm going to tell you right now, the new age males who are listening to this shit, the new age male who will come into this space, they're not thinking like the April Masons or the dudes that grew up like around the April Masons age, right? They're not thinking like that no more. Like, these dudes straight savages, yo. Even the young chicks coming out here, they straight savages, dog. There's stories out here with these young girls, bro, 19, 20-year-olds linking up with these hood dudes, going out here and just robbing dudes. Like, literally, dudes are going there, pick them up, right? Not know who they're dealing with. And it's mostly brothers, right? Not know who they're dealing with, right? And then guess what? They get set up, kicked door, they taking the shit, or they beating the shit out of them. That's black men doing that to other black men because of a woman. Make this shit make sense. Let's continue.
Listen, guys, listen, you ready? The fact that you don't even know that I'm not a Christian lets me know that you don't do your research. Another one saying the lead attorney, I don't do my research. I've been telling you this since March. You want to know that I didn't really know much at all about who Tasha K was. I didn't know about the Derrick Jackson situation. I didn't know they had their own thing going. I didn't know anything. I only know the law, guys. I don't know celebrity gossip. You guys might not know this, but in January of this year, January of 2021, I had 1,000 subscribers. So the channel is growing. Please subscribe. We're doing big things over here. But listen, the same criticism that you guys were talking about with the Derrick Jackson saying, hey, lead attorney, it seems like you don't know who this Derrick Jackson guy is. It seems that you don't even know who Tasha K is. That's true. It's the same criticisms that you guys are hitting me now saying, hey, you don't really know who cease and desist Charlemagne is. Guys, I'm old. If you want to know anything other than the law side of things, Go to TMZ. Go to Tasha K. You can go other places. Stop expecting. Y'all know how we are as Black people, right? We go to the barbecue. We want all our food on the same plate. No, stop expecting all of your food on the same plate. You can have side dishes. You can have a 3-course meal, a 5-course meal. I'm just the lobster fettuccine over here, guys. You guys can have other things and you take them all together, right? Take what the lead attorney tells you. Take what TMZ tells you. Take what Tasha K tells you.
Oh God! What? Oh, whoa! God damn! Hold on.
Get the whole picture. Don't expect one you.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry y'all had to see that. I didn't know what the fuck just happened, dog.
YouTuber to give you the whole damn thing. You don't do your research. You came on my channel and you don't do your research, because if you did your research, you would know that I don't do research. You see how that works? You came over here not knowing your research. You didn't do your research, because anybody who knows TLA knows that TLA does the research. That's why I got the chat. My chat is my fucking research. I ain't doing no damn research. I got a chat.
Hey, that's facts.
Right?
Like most of the research I do on some of these dudes, man, like it be coming from y'all. Like it be coming from y'all. Y'all some of the craziest investigators. Remind me not to get y'all pissed off. But that's it. He's facts, bro. Like not a lot of people look into your shit, bro. Like y'all think you're holier than thou and like you're the best thing in the fucking world since sliced bread, and you're fucking not, bro. Like you're a dating coach that went from YouTube to Facebook, Facebook to YouTube, and then is quitting because quitting helping women because women are unruly and can't be helped. Like, I mean, come the hell on, girl. Like, what are you doing? So that's what lead attorney had to pretty much say as a rebuttal to what she had going on, because yeah, she was wilding out, right? So the next thing we're gonna cover, right? Because here's the thing, we also talked about April Mason being excommunicado from the manosphere space, okay? And yesterday, O'Shea Duke Jackson, brother, you guys have heard him. He's been on the show, and he's actually, he's one of the heavy hitters on this space. You already heard lead attorney already shout him out, right? He's one of the guys that basically around the behind the scenes actually does his work to help a lot of channels out, right? In terms of giving good advice and like just tips and tricks, man. The guy knows what the fuck he's talking about, and you can't take that from him because he's helped make guys, some of the popular guys that you guys have helped, you guys have seen, or you guys enjoy the content in this space, right? Kevin Samuel, even lead attorney that we're covering right now. O'Shea Duke Jackson had to help with that, right? So he is, you can't deny, one of the bigger heavy hitters in the space, and he does have a wheels influence in this particular space too as well. And he came out with a video the other day basically saying that April Mason is X'd out of the manosphere, excommunicado, basically meaning any one of y'all motherfuckers who decide to do an interview with her or collab with her is dead. You ain't getting no help for the big guys, right? So now, how do I feel about this, right? How do I feel about this? We'll get to that because I want y'all to basically see where O'Shea Duke is coming from. And to see where it's coming from, I'm going to let him explain that himself, right? I'm going to have this initial live that he did a while ago, right after the whole controversy took off, right? And when she went on her little show talking shit to black men and all that stuff like that, O'Shea Duke basically came out with the stream. We're not going to play all of it, but there's just a snippet here that I want y'all to listen to because he kind of just breaks it down. And then we move on to the recent tape that he covered, basically saying, yo, anyone y'all fuck with April Mason, you're done from this space. All right. And then we'll go into, how we feel about that. And then we go into the call-in piece. Let's go ahead and get started.
So now you used to be pro-black and all of these other things, and now you want to see black women explore their options. I noticed you've been kind of pushing that a little bit, and so should April Mason. Let's change the colors then, okay? Let's say April Mason gets on white men. You white men are not protecting us, okay? And your cousin does what she does in the white community. Let's make it that, since black women want to open up their options, which is totally fine. How would white men respond if they knew that you were calling them out about a certain situation and the woman lied? Try that in white male communities and see what happens. Since you want to open up your options, let's try that over there. Hey, listen, you won't get no arguments from me. In fact, I encourage you to take that shit over there.
This nigga funny, dog.
Take that lying, all of that. My cousin got abducted and you didn't help me. No. You're right. Take it over there to the white man and see what the white man got to say to you about that. See when he cut your ass off like a bad habit. Because see, what white men, they're at least smart enough to give your ass only one time to mess up. You want to open up your options over there with Mexican men and Asian men? They give you one time to mess up. Because that type of buffoonery only goes on in the black community. And sisters got a history of lying, saying this person did this to me, this person did that to me, only for brothers to go out and kill each other over this fake ass protection stuff.
Pause real quick. This is exactly what, like, right here is what I wanted to focus on, right? Because not only this I've personally experienced in my life, but with people around me, right? And when we talk about the destruction of black males most of the time, some of it comes from the women that they're dealing with who are usually from the similar race, right? So it's one of those things where you see a lot of this stuff, this bullshit where guys get knocked the fuck out or get beat up or get jumped all because of what some chick said, right? And that chick was lying the whole time, right? But then now this dude's getting locked up, his life's over, right? And it just spirals out in control, right? I've seen the destruction of lives by women. So, and I've seen the same thing vice versa by men. So we're not just saying that it's all women and whatnot. It's a human thing. But for April Mason to come out here and act like it's all black men and black men are the reason why that her cousin, in a made-up scenario to begin with, right? With the reason why her cousin wasn't protected. From what? From what threat? An imaginary threat? How you expect black men to protect them? To protect her, right? And you expect them to put themselves in harm's way for what? For what? This is how young black men end up in prison systems. This is how. This is like they get put into prison systems by the women that they're with. Not saying it doesn't happen with any other race in terms of with the women, but we're not gonna sit here and ignore the fact that this doesn't happen with black women. And I know some of y'all sisters out there listening, y'all know sisters that pull this damn bullshit, or you've been around them, or some of you've even been friends with them. But you've seen this happen. So for a grown-ass woman who's 40 years old to come out here knowing, seeing the surveillance footage, seeing the fact that she was arrested for filing a false police report, to come out here and say that they found that she did not file a false police report and she was telling the truth. You know, come out here after the video dropped and you still lied. That's the thing. And we don't have a problem with you. Listen, personally, I don't have a problem with you lying. You can go ahead and lie all day, every day. Matter of fact, you've been lying to black women for 10 years. The problem I have is when you're coming over here to try to lie to black men and do the same shit. Now we're going to have a problem. We're already trying to do what we can with these red pill hardliners. We don't want any of that shit here. We don't. All right? So you just better take that bullshit somewhere else, like O'Shea was saying. We're not doing that. We're not doing that because, like Lee Turney said before, it is very, very risky to open these platforms up. And there are very few red pill platforms that are doing that. Manosphere platforms that are doing this. There are very few. The ones that are, they're not. Most women don't particularly find those areas favorable, right? But the ones that are favorable, we also got to be careful because it's easier for people to come in and spit bullshit. And we have to protect our sons from this bullshit because primarily this is a male-dominated space. Not only the fact because it's YouTube, but if we're niching down to the manosphere, this is the manosphere. It's for men. So when you have women like April Mason, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know they can't tell a real man from a goddamn a loser, right? how the hell are you supposed to teach somebody else? We're seeing the person that you like to hold up like as your prime jewel, right? Your daughter, right? And she's the exact same footsteps you followed. 27, 3 babies. You, 25, 3 babies, single mom. She's 27, 3 babies, single mom. Divorce her man. You divorced your man because you wanted to find yourself. You said it, right? You out here teaching women how to be boss babe. You divorce your man, your relationship, just to go find yourself. And then when we talk about the statistics and all that, and I don't even like to reference that as much because I think some of them are a little interesting, right? But you reference statistics and all that, and we find out that 80% of women in this space are the ones who are leaving the situation. So you're just a statistic, and you're running a program to try to teach other women not to be a statistic, but you're living that life. Make it make sense, people. God damn. Like, this is the problem. Y'all just listening to sweet nothings, and people out here can easily come in and fool you because we're so damn desperate. And then when we do call this bullshit out, y'all want to sit here and say, oh, no, you're getting it all wrong. How the hell are we getting it all wrong? She's putting herself out there. She's letting the world know who the fuck she is. She ain't changed. She's the same broad that was the same one back in 2019 who was talking all this mess about black men. And you think she's going to change and start helping black men? Now she's for you? Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm done with that shit. Go ahead, O'Shea.
And get themselves in trouble. You talking about gang wars. I'm watching the street gangs last night. The 8 Trey Crips and the Rolling 60s been beefing in LA for 40 years over some female because she said this or that. And see, what this is about is, again, you want to leave out so much important information just so that you can gas your audience up. I mean, is it that serious these days? Like me, I tell my audience they ain't shit all the time. You black men ain't shit. Listen, if it's the truth, I deal with it. Black men don't even like it if I criticize them. But you know what? They know it's coming from a good place. And one thing about black men, I will say this. Unlike black women. Black men, you can tell them the truth. They might not like it for a few days here and there, but they're going to accept it. But you're not going to be out here pumping up April Mason when April Mason is a liar. April Mason, if you're watching this, you are a liar. You lied. And not only did you lie, you didn't apologize for your lie. So if you will lie about that, what else have you lied about? Because if you will stand down on your lies, like a lot of sisters do, a lot of sisters will know that they're wrong and will stand on it. Look you in your face talking about, I ain't never cheated on you. You tripping. That's how you feel. Nah, I'm not cheating on you. What are you talking about? Come to find out 3 to 4 years later, that was a lie. Will look you in your face and make you feel bad about something that they are doing, and you know it don't sound right. April Mason's story didn't sound right, man. Let's just be honest. It sounded like what it was. Bullshit. Don't nobody want to say it, I'm going to say it. It didn't make sense.
I said
Your cousin did all of this, waited so long to call the police, and you want to jump on people? April Mason, you know you should be jumping on your cousin. That's who you should jump on. Because your cousin is the one that's making you look bad right now. And all of a sudden, this is what we're talking about. Certain black women don't understand the importance of being accountable for one's action. See, this thrashing y'all getting right now, this is from the heart. This ain't no hatred in this. Because, see, you know what's wrong with the black community a lot of times? We like to point fingers at other people for their problems instead of accepting what we did was wrong.
Boom. Boom. That's where I wanted to kill it right there for what he says. Because when we play the next clip and y'all wondering why O'Shea said what he said about April Mason not being welcome here in at least some of the platforms here in the manosphere space, y'all understand a lot of where that's coming from. It's not coming from a place of hate or whatever it is, right? It's coming from a place of this woman is a genuine liar. We've proven that. She doubles down on her lie the entire time, knowing that her cousin wasn't abducted, wasn't being followed around by a fucking charger. She didn't tell the Uber driver she was with that this was happening, okay? This was completely made up. April Mason knew this was completely made up, and she came out and still said what she said in this statement here, right? She said what she said in this statement right here back in 2019. These are her words she typed, right? Even here, she's still lying. Y'all saw the tape. Y'all saw her cousin running around in the store. Y'all saw the 3 black dudes that were in that store. They weren't even there. None of them weren't even looking her way. None of them were looking her way and even in her direction. And if she want to come up here, pull on this post saying black men are always going to cape for black men, right? Meanwhile, you got a black woman who's caping for other black women against other black men for the fact that that black woman was wrong. And when it came out, even when the news and then after the investigation found out that she was wrong, still came out and did this right here. And she's still lying, right? It's not even just that. Look what she put up less than 24 hours ago. Still on the same bullshit. Like I said a year ago, black males will never get an apology from me. Why? Because it turned out my cousin was telling the truth. She said that back in 2019. She said that back in 2019, and the surveillance tape determined that that was a lie.
A Fox 5 and followed
right
reports. Investigators. When police arrested a woman accused of filing a false police report. Investigators say this woman right here, Cynthia Collier, met with an officer just after 2 on.
Investigators say, okay. Right? What did April Mason says? She said last year. That's right when that that news broke out. Right? What did she say? Just got off the phone with the attorney, and the charges were dropped. They found that she did not file a false police report and was telling the truth. They found she did not file a false police report and was telling the truth.
Sunday afternoon. Arrested a woman accused of filing a false police report. Investigators say this woman right here, Cynthia Collier, met with an officer just after 2 on Sunday afternoon to report an attempted abduction. She said it involved 3 men, took place at a Circle K store. Last night, investigators released this surveillance video. They say it proves Collier lied by.
They said this tape proved that she lied. Listen, April Mason, if your cousin was telling the truth the entire time, why did this need to come out to prove why is this whole scenario? Why was this whole scenario was a situation in the first place if she didn't lie? Right? Why didn't they just why did this even become a thing if she didn't lie? If it was the truth, we wouldn't be in this mess now, would we? But she lied. And you came out that same year, doubled down. Then you come out right after the lead attorney show and you tripled down. Still on that same BS, and you expect black men to believe that you've changed? That your transformation took 2 years and now you're here because you've realized the truth, and the truth is black women can't be helped, right? You realize that that was your trope to get into this space because you notice that everybody applauded you, which was the case, right? It seems like most women out here, when they want to, at least some of these chameleons, when they want to come into space, all they got to do is shit on black women, and all these dudes out here will be clapping for it, which, by the way, makes me want to think about some of you dudes out here who are applauding this shit. Like, do y'all have a problem when people come out here and do this shit? I want to know. Because it helps. I almost want to question that, right? Why are we so happy that another coach, our sisters lost another coach is to help them to get to where they want and reach fulfillment? Do we not care about our sisters that much to at least be concerned about what's happening, right? But everyone in the space was applauding. So I have to question that, right? But back to April, it seems like that's all you got to do is shit on black women in the space, and you're primed to go viral. You're primed to make it, right? And then some of y'all dudes out here always complaining, oh, these female channels are always doing better than the male channels. Well, that's what y'all do. Y'all are there. No one, you know what? Not even scratching that. Why don't y'all compete? This is sitting here complaining. O'Shea Duke Jackson just said it, right? A lot of you dudes in this space, and I would even agree with April Mason, right? She says here in this third paragraph, right? Most of y'all dudes are lame out here. Most of y'all dudes in this space are lame. And I got to be honest with y'all. I'm not going to lie. I got to be honest with y'all. Y'all been listening to some lame-os for the longest time. And y'all just acting lame and acting emotional. It's fine. We going to fix that. But April Mason is not going to help you. April Mason has her job to keep you a lame. And to keep you a lame means you're going to keep paying. Just like you're paying to all these other guys out here that ain't teaching you nothing. That's what it is. So let's get into what O'Shea Duke meant by her being excommunicated or excommunicado, all right, from the goddamn manager space, all right? Because you guys saw O'Shea Duke Jackson's video, and he did that. That was last year when he put that up, right? Y'all see the first surveillance tape. Look, black man. There she is right here. A couple dudes sitting right there. There she is right here. Who's trying to abduct her? Who is trying to take her? Who is trying to abduct her? Get the fuck out of here, man. I don't want to. Y'all, listen, man. Listen. Pay attention to who y'all listening to. That's all I got to say about that. So let's get into O'Shea Duke Jackson's video. All right. And what he thought about everything. And we're going to share our thoughts on it. And then we'll open up the panel.
You said you stopped dealing with black women, but you're still selling coaches and coaching classes. Why? Because you're broke. You're broke. You show those little dusty ass apartments that you're in.
Talk about. This is where I disagree with O'Shea. I don't believe she's broke. I think she's made a lot of money off you black women, and she's gotten the bag, and now she's trying to figure out the next move. Like every good con, all right. As soon as you're done cleaning the house, you got to move on to the next town. That's what it is. So I don't think she's broke, but that was kind of funny.
And with all the little gold furniture, we know you're financing that Rent-A-Center. Please. Because they're outbuilding their legacy, handling business, investing, networking, working out, going to therapy, sleeping, evolving spirituality, and doing all the same the next day. Yes, and none of them guys are dealing with you. None of us. Nobody comes to Atlanta and says, where's April Mason at? Where's the big windshield wiper glasses at? I want to see the bifocals that can see into outer space. Nobody is looking at you, boo. You're getting dustier and dustier each day. I know it. They know it. Everybody else knows it. And you're lying. Okay? Stop the show. Please, just stop. Day music. Now let me get back to minding my own business and living my best life like always I do. No, you're not living your best life. Because, see, if you were, we wouldn't even be talking about you right now. You're over there crying like a 14-year-old teenager because you can't sell to black women because they won't listen to your dusty courses. So let me just show you straight. Pink Book Lesson said you were accumulating.
That's facts. Like that's part of the reason why I think she's leaving the community is because like at some point, especially with the advent of Kevin Samuels done changed the game. That's the thing. Say what you guys want about him, and I disagree with him. I have my disagreements with him too as well, right? But really, my disagreements are something outside of what most women disagree with him. They're actually logical, and it's something that we can actually have a conversation about, right? But a lot of you ladies, you disagree with them. Disagreement with him is the tone of voice that he's taking when he's telling you guys something, and that may be the case. But that's something that's a formula that's working for him in terms of entertainment wise. That's keeping a lot of dudes engaged. Other than that, the message makes sense. It makes sense. It gets it. A lot of women are actually paying attention, right? And that's what it is. With that Average at Best video that popped off and it went crazy and every woman were hearing that the fact that they weren't as dope as they thought they were for the first time, because that lady in that video, a lot of women could see themselves in her. Her being a businesswoman, an entrepreneur, trying to find a six-figure guy, even though she's always in a room with all these kind of people, can't figure out how to lock him down. A lot of women can see themselves in that woman. And when he came out and said, you are average at best, that hurt, not only hurt her, but that hurt thousands of millions of women who potentially saw themselves in that woman. But was that true? It was true. No matter how, if, way, what answer buts you like to spit it, it was true. Ma'am, you're fucking average. That's what it is. You're thinking you're so dope because you got a business, you're making six figures. That don't mean shit. You still can't find a man. But who else teaches that same bullshit? April Mason. You got to be so dope. You got to focus on your money. You got to focus on the paper. Listen, I was in a room with Rick Ross, okay? I was in a room, not the real Rick Ross, okay? The real Rick Ross, he can't get paid, all right? That was a real gangster. I ain't fuck with him. The fake Rick Ross, right? The fraudster, I was in the room with that fat dude. Yep, I was in the room for him. Yep, I bet y'all wish y'all want to know how I did it, right? Because I'm this boss lady, all right? And I paid 25 G's to get in that motherfucker. But still, who you trying to fool? Like, who are you trying to fool, lady? You a fake hanging out with other fakes. That's just what it is.
You just proved it. Okay? You're the one that needs that go to white school, femininity school, because you are a scam. All right? And you're gonna get this work this day. I don't usually like to go on a list like this, but you know what? Since you want to play the role, you're gonna get this work today. You're gonna get it. And like I said, you need to learn how to have some respect. This is wrong with recalcitrant people. Like, you don't have a respect for your people or your men. Otherwise, talking women to be submissive, but you're not. This is why you ain't had a man in 37 years. Okay? So you can go online on your post all you want, but any of you guys deal with her, just know you're out. Okay? You won't get no support from the big dogs over here. You can get, I don't care how many subscribers you want, because sooner or later, you're going to have to come see us for something. And you won't get it. You are out. Okay? I'm calling a shot on that. No collaborations with her whatsoever. No debates. I don't want to see her over here at all. I don't want to see her on no live streams. Nothing. If it gets word that that's the case, you'll be blocked from all the big creators. I'm letting you know that right now. Flat out. Flat out. And that's me pulling my oligarch card. Because this disrespect will not be tolerated over here. You go deal with those little beta male buffoons, over on your platform. Let them deal with you, because you won't get it over here. You're going to get treated as if you should over here. You're going to deal with the consequences. Like I said, over in this community, you will get no run. Go over on Facebook and continue to be Dusty and Dusty every day. So, guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again.
There you go, guys. What do you think? Well, I'm going to start off telling you what I think about this. Let me get this off the screen here. I'm going to start telling you what I think about this, okay? Now, it makes sense what O'Shea Duke Jackson's talking about in terms of, like, no other content creators, working with April Mason. Now, do I agree with that? Personally, I don't agree with that, right? But then again, who was asking for a collab with April Mason, right? Who in the manosphere was asking for a collab with April? I don't think anyone was before this, but I do understand. I personally don't think that I think if it should be up to that that particular content creator, but if that content creator has to understand what it is that he's doing, right? Kind of like the lead attorney, kind of like what I've just mentioned earlier. If you're going to open your platform up, you have to understand the risk that comes with it. There's a reason why I played that clip that he said to begin with about with Kevin Samuels and whatnot, right? When you're running an open platform, where you have an open panel like that, you have to be wise enough to be able to suss out good messages from bad, right? I've been in the world of people. I've been dealing with people for years. I've been dealing with that, and I can understand when people are on some BS, when people are trying to sell you a can of goods, right? So I know that. I can listen to when people, I listen more than I speak sometimes, right? So it's one of those things where someone like me, I can run a platform like this, and I can check you on some of the things that you say. Matter of fact, we have a Smo Show. Link is pinned right now. If you disagree with any of this April Mason, come up here and let me know. Links is pinned right now. All right. So click on the link, come on backstage, and we'll have you give me all the smoke that you got. All right. I want to see it. I'm ready for it. Bring it. If you got it, bring it. All right. But it's one of those things that if you understand what you're doing, and you know how to guide conversations, and you know how to ask pointed questions and open-ended questions and things like that, right? If you know how to do those things, then yes, I think, if you can handle that situation, I say go for it. I say you can do it, but that's not my calling. Listen, y'all looking for collabs out here. Y'all listen. Y'all do what you got to do there, bro. But like that's my take on it. I don't personally agree with it, but I mean, it makes sense why he's doing it. It absolutely makes sense, because a lot of people, would probably, especially smaller creators, yeah, they'll definitely hop at that opportunity, right? Creators that don't have that certain kind of integrity, right? They'll hop on that shit, and they'll try to ride that wave. It is what it is, right? But it makes sense. It makes sense. Absolutely. So, I mean, that's what it is. Let's call in, people. Let's do it. Let's do it. What y'all got? Y'all got a problem? Y'all got a problem? What I got to say? All right. I don't want to see you guys in the comment section. I don't want to see you guys all. We got the next 20 minutes is open window. So if you got a problem with April Mason style, with what O'Shea Duke Jackson said, anything like that, hop on up. I want that smoke. Hell, we'll even open it up to if you got any, because I know some of y'all, some of you Tate fans over here, you got mad because I talk shit about your Lord and Tate Jesus Savior himself, right? Y'all got mad. If you got something to say too, come on up here. We'll debate that too. And just for saying, just so we're making it clear, I don't have no problem with Andrew Tate. I don't have anything like that or whatnot. I just dropped a video that people were telling me to drop, okay? That's just what it is. If you guys have a problem with me, that's your fucking Jesus caught in 4K beating on a chick. So you tell me how the fuck this works, okay? Because apparently I'm being demonized for dropping a fucking video. And guess what? I'm going to go even harder because I don't think y'all understand what kind of channel this is, bro. This is a game, dog. That's what it is. So listen, y'all out here taking this shit so fucking serious. It's not even funny. And it's so fucking sad that y'all, because somebody looks like they're rich and somebody, because they look like they get all these girls, y'all would just all of a sudden default to that. That's how easy for y'all to get fooled. And that's why we get super protective of these particular spaces, because y'all don't know how to suss out what's real and what's fake. Y'all don't know how to do that. So that's why we got to be very protective of the space. Poppy, I see you back there. What's good, brother? Welcome to the stream. Oh, shit.
What's going on?
Hold up. What's going on? What you got, brother? What you got?
Shit, where we going to start, man? With the Britney part?
Listen. Britney, April Mason. We can go either way. We can whatever we want to talk about. Let's do it. Right? It seems like the people who had a problem before, I mean, not gonna show up. So I mean, this is what it is. We just like to talk, right? People just like to talk out of emotion.
Let's start with the Britney Renner part, man. What my man Deion Sanders was trying to do was genius. Okay, it's not about Britney. It's not about her at all. Okay, what Mr. Deion Sanders is doing is he's using Britney Renner for recruitment purposes. It's November, December, January. This is the time when all the high school that are 4 or 5 stars, they get to pick what school they're going to. Jackson State doesn't have that many 4 or 5 students. You got to understand, Deion Sanders just got there, if I'm mistaken, last year. I think I'm right about that. I think he only been there for like at least 1 year, or maybe a year and a half, maybe. So what Deion Sanders is using Britney Renner. So because Britney Renner is we all know what she is. Deion Sanders is old enough to understand that all the kids starting high school follow that girl. She's a good talking point right now. She was on the No Jumper Press. She was with DJ Academics. Hell, she did an interview with the man right now, Kevin Samuels.
Yeah.
So the reason why, I'm pretty sure this made Deion Sanders sick to the stomach, man. But he's using her so he can get to the kids. Now, think about if the kid got a choice to go in between Florida State, Alabama, LSU, or Jackson State. Now they're looking more into Jackson State because they're looking at Deion Sanders as a cool coach. Like he's a player's coach. I play sports, so I know.
I got Britney Renner. He got Britney Renner in the building, yo.
Exactly.
That's facts.
Exactly. That's why he did it for. He did it because they know every kid be on this every day right here. You see what I'm saying? They don't. Who's popping up on your phone going viral every day? Her.
Not a lot. She's the one.
Exactly. Like obviously the secondary reason he did it so he can teach his kids. Like, yo, if you get to because Jackson State, they're not really producing too many NFL players, but he's smart enough to know, like, well, you might not go to the NFL, but you're still gonna be a productive member of society. You still might be an engineer somewhere. You still might be a $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 man. You see what I'm saying? But his main purpose was to recruit. That's it. It's all about recruitment when it comes to universities, man.
You know what? That's fact. I didn't even consider that angle. I didn't consider that angle at all, because my angle was basically like, listen, if you're gonna come on and you're gonna teach these dudes out here on how to, like, avoid these girls, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. And I think that it's better for them to hear it from a woman's mouth than anything else, or at least get that woman's perspective on it, and then see how that works. I don't think it's like all the stuff where they're trying to call him a simp and all that is just wild to me. Like y'all are some weird ass dudes, man. Y'all don't understand. First of all, when I hear that, I hear a bunch of little boys who don't understand business. All right. Yeah, that's shaming language. Call it what they want it is. All right. I hear some little boys, all right, who don't understand how business works or real game, and which is fine, okay, because we're here to turn you from boys to men. All right, but to make that transformation, you got to be able to have that discernment to understand how to fucking break down which is which. And a lot of y'all dudes don't. So you look at a situation like this, it automatically called a simpish behavior, when in reality, actuality, bro, he's just dude making not only a business move like Poppy was alluding to, but also trying to get a genuine help for these boys from the other side of this, right? She literally wrote a book to young girls, teaching them the playbook.
A manual.
And she lived it. So who better else to tell these dudes what's up than Britney Renner? But I agree with that.
Think about this, man. Think about this. If you're trying to be a scammer, who you need to learn from?
Fresh Prince
from the
Theo.
scammer himself, right? You need to. If you want to learn how to roll bands, who you go to?
That's
the
true.
robbers.
Yeah. No, you go to the people who are good at it. So I feel you. Let me get CJ's backstage. Let me get CJ. Welcome to the stream, girl. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Sorry, I'm a little sick. So
hey, what is that? Is that I don't that little American or Omicron? American?
No, I mean I shouldn't laugh at that. Sorry, but no, it's not. It's not the vid.
I stopped after the Delta one. I was like, listen, man, if this shit gonna kill me, gonna kill me now. I'm done. I'm done with this shit, bro.
About Britney
What you
Renner,
got? What's your disagreement?
Well, I do. I just wanted to mention Britney. I think it was. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how she comes out of, or how she changes her image. Looks like she's kind of leaning into the thought image, which is interesting. Even though she didn't really describe herself that way when she went to the school, right? She didn't really say, this is what I did to, what's his name, PJ Washington, is that his name?
Yeah.
But she just spoke very generally and broadly. So it's interesting. I don't know what she's going for. I mean, she said real basic stuff, but like you said, those are young guys, so it's important for them to hear it even at a basic level, right? So okay, so regarding April Mason.
Hold that thought. Let me get the super chat real quick. Alicia, thank you for the $5 super chat sponsoring the show today. I appreciate you, girl. Poppy, Rogues wants you to say January. What the fuck? Wait, time out. Wait.
Say it, Poppy.
Say it again.
January, baby. January.
What?
I don't know.
God damn. Oh, Alicia said it's because of your accent. All right, CJ, what's your disagreement, girl?
So there's someone in the chat that I was actually really looking forward to hearing from, but I don't know if she's going to be able to come up. I don't want to put her on the spot or anything, but I'd love to hear from you if you end up coming up here. So regarding April Mason, so I've only known about this woman for like the past couple of years. I never knew who she was before that, and I wasn't really into her. Why wasn't I really into her? Because she was teaching all that femininity stuff that I really don't. To me, I think quotation marks masculine women end up in relationships just as much as feminine women. I never really bought into a lot of that stuff. But y'all, to me, she was teaching the same stuff that we hear a lot of other coaches, including Kevin Samuels, including everybody else, teach. She was teaching women to be feminine, and that femininity can help them get high-value men. She does distinguish between, from what I remember, she distinguishes between males and men, just like Steve the Dean does, right? You know, he says a real man versus guys or whatever. So she does use that kind of language. So I just find everyone to be similar. And so
so what do you disagree with though? Because I agree with what you just said.
So what I found was weird was that I didn't really understand the critique in terms of everyone calling her fake. And I definitely have a huge problem with O'Shea and his decree, mafia style decree that he put out a few days ago saying not only that she wasn't welcome in the space, fine, he can have his opinion. He was a big, he's one of the big names in the space. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit delirious. He's one of the big names in the space, and sure, he has strong opinions about who should or shouldn't be in the space. And I'm glad, Duke, that you said you don't think it's okay to that everyone should make their own decisions about what they want to do with their platforms, right?
Oh yeah.
So,
Listen. I understand where he's coming from, and I definitely see what he's talking about, and I can see the instances of like why, right? Because there's some guys who out here who would probably see, okay, she's got the clout, right? Some of the younger guys who are trying to come up and whatnot will try to get that interview, right? But eventually, because these guys let's just face it, they are the manosphere at this point, right? As of where they're going right now, that's up to them, right? If they want to be able to, if you want to aspire young content creator, you want to be good, make it far into the space, then it is what it is, right? I personally don't agree with it because it's like, listen, if they want to make a content with whoever they want to make content with, that's perfectly fine, man. That's up to them, right? But I also see the other side to it, where a lot of these dudes who don't really understand the kind of games that she can play in terms of with word salad, or really can you have the ear to suss all that shit out, we'll just let her go in and saying what she wants to say, pretty much unfiltered and unchecked. You see what I'm saying?
Isn't that censorship? Isn't that censorship?
No. That's not censorship. There's a difference between censorship. Censorship is not letting you come on and you're talking about your opinions, period, right? Checking someone is when they come on and they say something that not necessarily true. Right, so you have to check them on it and correct them on it. Time out. When she's talking about men are the byproducts of women becoming dope, and the lead attorney had to check her on it, right? And mind you, during that interview, lead attorney didn't know who she was, right? But right off the bat, he knew, the chat knew that was BS. That's not typically how that shit works.
BS? How is that BS? Because can I finish on the O'Shea thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Then we'll get. So, I do think that censorship saying. Clearly there was a concerted effort. I don't know who the big heads are, came together, decided that she would not be allowed in the space. He came out and said it on his platform that she's going to be blocked from entering the space. Not only that though, but that he will ruin any creator that attempts. Yes, he said you're done. He said
that doesn't mean he's gonna ruin them though.
What else does it mean? What else?
It just means that you're not gonna work. You're not gonna collab with those big creators. I mean, they choose.
You're done.
Right? You're done, but you're done, but you can pave. You can still pave your own way, right? You don't have to be. What he's basically saying is you're not gonna collab with them. So if you message O'Shea Duke Jackson, or you message Kevin Samuels, or the lead attorney, or any of the big heavy hitters in the space, and say, "Hey, I would like a collab with you," it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. They're not going to do that, right? Which is fine. Doesn't mean you can't go on and speak all that manosphere stuff that you want to speak. It's just that you won't do that around their platforms. It's not saying that they're actively going to sabotage you.
I think saying you're done, I think that's semantics. Sure,
you're getting it wrong, CJ, man. You talk about.
Hang on, Poppy. How do you think? How is that? How do you think that's semantic? Can you explain that?
When you tell a creator that they're done if they even work with someone, I don't understand how that doesn't mean that someone will be ruined, that you being seriously threatened, even saying if I catch you even trying to work with her or interview her or talk to her, you're done, and I'm gonna see to it that happens. It sounded very mafioso, very Don-like.
What else? But what else did he say in that video? He's pulling his oligarch card, right? That's what he said, right?
Well, that's what. He calls it
oligarch.
I call it. Yeah, that's what I said. It's semantics. He calls
it oligarch. It's not saying
mafia.
It's not saying that those particular content creators are done. You can't control what they do with their channels.
But that's what he said. He said you're done.
Okay, well, listen, we can play that back, right? We can play that back, but that's not what that means.
I don't think you had it. I don't think you had it in the clip that you played.
No, this was the video this is the video he literally just put up saying that. This is the only video that he put up saying that.
Okay.
And matter of fact, y'all can watch with me.
Have some respect. This is wrong with recalcitrant people like you. Don't have a respect for your men. Otherwise, talking women to be submissive, but you're not. This is why you ain't
on this video. Sorry.
This was December 5th. This was yesterday.
You can go online on your post all you want, but any of you guys deal with her, just know you're out. Okay? You won't get no support from the big dogs over here. You can get, I don't care how many subscribers you want, because sooner or later, you're going to have to come see us for something.
There you go. Sooner or later, you're gonna see us for something, but I don't care how big your creators are or how many subs you have. You're not working with us.
He said he said various things. I think maybe that was the end of the video, but he said you're done.
We still got a good 10 minutes. We can still play the rest of it, but he didn't say that.
He definitely said that. He definitely.
If I could say something, just because if I could just say this really quickly, because I've been here for a long time. First of all, and I just want to say, listen, I disagree with you. I'm one of the people who disagree with you. Okay?
Oh, good. Oh, this is perfect. Let me
yeah.
Screen real quick. We gonna have a conversation.
So
CJ, you know how we get down. Go ahead.
Exactly. So I know that's what CJ is waiting for me to come up, because I was like, I don't know. I got to make a response video because there's no way I can respond in the comments section. It's going to take me all day. I should just play the video and answer point by point. So I was a little upset about some of the stuff you said, but I want to answer about that first, this whole thing that we're talking about. And listen, I have been in this space for a long time. So I think he literally means exactly what he said. And I'll explain why it would work that way in the manosphere space. Okay. So because the big names put everyone on, let's be real, right? The amount of people O'Shea personally has put on, if he puts on a show, your career is skyrocketing, right? Yeah. Likewise, if they say, oh no, that person's a sellout, that person's a fraud, that person ain't really with it, whatever, you're basically losing your audience. You can go find a new audience, but you're gonna lose. I've seen it. I've seen it happen.
I said our channel's a testament to that, because even way before we had O'Shea on, we haven't even got on his panel yet. We haven't got on his channel yet. Yeah, we got big off of talking shit. Man, I'm doing the exact opposite of what
you're not the manosphere.
Right,
you're
right.
Not,
well,
right.
Actually, technically we
they
are.
Now.
We are.
They are now. He gave you his blessing.
That's not what that means, CJ. Come on now.
Listen, here's the thing. But you know what? You didn't come up. Hold on. You didn't come up in the manosphere interviewing, putting people on your platform that were part of the no-go. That's not what happened. And I'm just saying this because I've seen it happen before within the space. The channels who are listed on the manosphere list of manosphere channels, that's not controlled by O'Shea necessarily, right? But he's one of the big three. Right. And there's a list of all these manosphere channels. And what they're saying basically, see this list of channels? All of these channels will be out. All of them will be out if you process. And to be fair, he's doing it with a good heart, right? They are trying to protect the space, and they're trying to protect the integrity of the space. So if they feel that someone has the potential to come in, get really big in this space and corrupt it, then they're trying to do something to be proactive to protect the space. So I understand it, but I actually agree when CJ says, no, that's really what he meant. No, that is what he meant. But, it wasn't like, I don't agree with necessarily doing it, but he was trying to protect this space that has had a lot of frauds come in and damage it over and over and over again.
So speaking of frauds, then what are your thoughts on April Mason? I personally think she's a fraud.
Okay,
and we can argue that. Oh, hold on, Kirk, welcome to the stream, brother. How you doing?
She is a fraud.
Kirk Williams.
Hello.
How you doing, brother?
What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
What's good? Hey, we'll get to you. Let's get Classic Ruby. All right, so I think April Mason is bullshit. I don't think she's gonna help men in this space. All right, and she couldn't even help black women.
Can I just ask? Did she say she was moving? She was pivoting to start working with men instead? Did she ever say that?
No,
she didn't say that, but it was one of those things where that's the angle. That's literally it's a playbook.
That's what she's going.
That's what she's going after. Okay, if she says she's done dealing with black women, right? Done training black women and teaching them how to date and whatnot, and she's coming over to YouTube because primarily her platform is on Facebook. And I've seen her uploads on YouTube. They're not as consistent as they are on Facebook. I did my fucking research, girl. All right, and guess what? She was done helping women. So if you're the less logical thing, if you're coming to YouTube, which is a male-dominated space, and you're gonna be more active on it, right? you're looking to help men. And on top of that, well, guess what? It's not just men, but you're also helping. What you're trying to do is come in because you're seeing some of the women who are also following
Steal that money.
guys like Kevin Samuels and coming into the manosphere space. She's seeing that and coming here and trying to take that for herself, like some other women that came in here and do that. So I personally don't think she's legit because of that reason.
She's a chameleon, man.
Well, I'm going to say this. Here's the problem, okay? And I'm going to say this because I watched the whole TLA thing. So the way that some men took what she said, including yourself, is what I took an issue with in that interview.
Okay, let us know. Let do it. Perfect. Let us know.
Okay, so the first thing, right? And I mean, this is why I wanted to play the actual clip so that way there was no confusion about what she said, but fine. So she said, listen, getting a man is a byproduct of a woman making herself great, right? Stop focusing on getting the man. You have to focus on making yourself dope, right? Now, here is what men heard, right? Men heard what men are just byproducts now, but that's not what she said. And what she said is actually accurate, which is that it's like trying to get, if you're an addict, it's like being an addict and trying to get clean for your family. You can't get clean for your kids. You can't get clean for your wife. You can't get clean for your job. You can only get clean for yourself, right? And I've been saying this in this space for a long time and men aren't hearing me. Women who put on a show to get a man are going to be your worst nightmare. They are the most dangerous thing to your life because they haven't actually changed internally. They haven't become something bigger or better or greater. They haven't become selfless. They haven't become feminine. They have learned to put on a mask to get what they want. That is not the same thing. Right now,
that's literally what we're saying about April Mason.
That's also what April Mason is saying. That's literally what she said. Right? And then what she said was this. If you make those real changes, if you work on yourself, if you face yourself, if you change, right, getting that man that you want is a byproduct of that. Right? That's what she said, but that's not what anyone heard, even though what she said is 100% valid. So that's the first issue I took.
Right, it's not valid though because she's saying that if she becomes a dope chick, all these high value men are going to be coming to her or these women, and that's not what she said. Here's the thing. Let's we'll play that back. I got it ready.
Play it back.
We'll play it back. Matter of fact,
let's do it.
We'll play it back so y'all can hear it for yourself. She said that's what it was. But go ahead, Kirk Williams. While we go ahead and get this tape pulled up, shout out to you. What's going on?
And that's just point one number, by the way. That's just point one. But go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Good night, everybody. How are you guys doing?
Good. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
I can't believe that you guys let April Mason drop the 2020. What is this? I think this should be the 2022 atomic bomb.
Okay.
I think that I'm from the island, and my wife is from the island, and what I don't understand about the culture of America, and I understand it's different from my culture. I'm from Jamaica. It's that everything that American people are taught, or in other words, learn, it's like somebody got to teach them it, and they got to like, for instance, back home, someone can teach us, like, if you got 4 legs and you put 4 lumber together and you put a bunch of strip together, you get a bed, right? But over here, it's like you got to go to like a community college to make a bed. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now that leads me to what April Mason and all these people on YouTube been trying to say. It's like, for instance, like April Mason, she did said that man are the byproduct, and as the young lady just said that, we man heard that, but we did not. I don't know about man in general, but I never take offense to what she said, because she was talking from
like that's the thing. No one we understood what she was talking about. Go ahead.
I think she was trying to tell women that to prepare yourself so you can be presentable. So when you approach a man, it's make it easier for you to get him.
Thank you.
But she was saying it in a way where we were the product of what a woman wants. But then I think it's kind of like a little emotional playing, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, she's not really outright saying that you're really, in other words, what I'm saying, she's trying to say that women shouldn't sell themselves too low and should try to keep a certain standard. And then, you get what I'm saying? Us man are going to gravitate to that. That's where she get that old dope chick thing from. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right.
So
I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing. Hang on, Ruby, because I got to count around all those points, right?
I know.
So here's the thing, right? What I heard, right, which is what everyone else heard, including the lead attorney and whatnot, right, is the same kind of thought process and thought patterns that like modern women are actually doing right now. Because if you look, I'm not just looking at what she said, I'm looking at what she says and what she's been teaching the same kind of women, right? And even like we'll even go into this because she doesn't talk about the necessary things that make you that dope chick that a high value man would want. So this is where I'll disagree with you, CJOJ, because this is where they separate from Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels, she's on all that high value bullshit, right? To get women, all that hang on, right? To do that whole boss up, level up, and do that, right? And when she talks about making yourself dope, it's not all the stuff that makes it feminine. She's talking about being successful, entrepreneurship, business, all the stuff that she currently is, right? But this is the stuff that we see modern women of today who are already where they are, and they're already dope as they say they are, right? They're already getting and chasing the bag and doing what they got to do. But the byproduct of that is not these high value men that are chasing after them. No, the byproduct of that is women end up alone and are not as happy as they need to because the dudes that they're attracting are dudes who are low value. That's just or great value is what we call them over here. So
let me interject, please.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Please, yeah, thank you. Okay. So because I have to say a couple things, and I said this in my comment. I said, listen, there's a difference between rhetoric that is aimed at men, right, to better men, and there's the difference between the rhetoric that's aimed from men towards women to educate women about men, and then there's rhetoric that's aimed at women for women to better women. Now, here's the thing. What Kevin Samuels does, right, is he aims rhetoric at women, right, and discussions at women to tell women, this is what men want. And then when they go, well, how do I do that? He goes, go get a femininity coach. I'm not a therapist. I'm not here to teach you how to become that. I'm telling you what men want. That's what I'm here to do, right? Okay. So there's a difference, and there should be a difference between what a woman like April Mason has been doing for 10 years versus what Kevin Samuels does, right? Because Kevin Samuels is representing the men's narrative, right? And what men want, what the men's perspective. April Mason is saying, okay, hey, listen, ladies, you have no idea to get from where you are to what you want. I'm going to tell you, you want a man? Sign up with me. And then I'm going to show you why it is that I'm not going to just hand you a man tomorrow, okay? I'm going to teach you how to grow and fix your own shit internally. Sorry, excuse the cussing.
No, go ahead.
But right, fix your own stuff internally, right? Because until you grow, until you heal, until you fix your trauma, until you do all of that, you are never going to be able to get the man you want. Right. So you thought you were signing up for a dating service, but that's not what I am. What I am here to do is help you healing and grow and do all of that stuff. So that way now you are actually a presentable market. And the byproduct of you doing all of that hard work is you will finally actually be able to put out the right energy and draw in the right energy to get the kind of man you want. That's what she's saying.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you. Hang on. I hear you. But none of that have to do with what she actually teaches. She actually does not teach that, though. She actually teaches women the wrong type of energy, because this right here, this ain't nothing attractive about this. And you teaching other women to act like that, ain't nothing attractive about that. And on top of that, hang on, because we want to talk about how she's been showing women how to do it. If she was so goddamn good at showing women how to do it, how the hell did she come out and say, I'm done helping you women, and goes on this very same platform that we about to play and said, if you want to make the most amount of money, you sell black women fluff. So the whole time she was teaching and coaching women, was that all fluff? Was that real? Was that all her? Or was she just out to get the bag?
But dude, everyone says that. Everyone says that. It's easy money to be in the hey, sweetie. It's easy money to be in the romance or dating space, right? You can do a Derek Jackson, as we all saw. So she identifies that. She said, you can make a lot of money by telling a woman a bunch of bull, but it doesn't mean that she does that. She never said
did.
She never
no,
said
but you know what?
She is currently making money. You can't, CJ. Now you're being cognitive.
Can I finish?
You're intentionally being. You're
no,
being
can I
disingenuous.
finish?
Wait, no, let her go first, dude.
I haven't finished my thought. You can have your opinion about whether her methods are beneficial or not, and that's entirely up to you. I have a lot of issues with Kevin Samuels. I agree with some of the stuff he says, just like every other person in these spaces, right? You can have your opinion. However, she never said that she's been teaching women fluff. She thinks, in my opinion, that she's been teaching women that things that she thinks are beneficial and will help them. Right?
So why did she quit?
Because they don't want it.
Yes.
No, so
for
10 years.
Let me answer that question in full.
Hang on. No. I got to rebuttal that because you want to tell me, because listen, as a man, as I hear that.
No, let me answer though. Let me
hang on.
Let me give detail.
Be the answer, right? So for 10 years, you want to tell me that she hasn't been selling fluff, but then only in the last year that she was going to make the pivot over here, then she's going to say, hey, you guys are all entitled. You guys don't get it. I can't help y'all no more. Is that what it is?
Ruby, before you answer that, can I ask a question, Ruby, before?
Let me say something. Okay.
Right,
so here's the thing. 5 years ago, when I first got to this space, is when I found out about April Mason. And I found out from a man in the manosphere, Edward Anderson. He's the one who told me about any of the women's channels. And he said, she's a fairly decent one. So I went and I checked her out and I said, okay, this woman is below my level. Currently, where I'm at, she's below me. So she can't teach me nothing. I kind of checked in here and there just to keep tabs on what the hell she's doing, but didn't really bother with her. But here is what I heard every time I listened to April Mason. And she said it on TLA's thing. She said she ain't done. She is nowhere near self-actualized. She has not healed and fully grown and gotten to the place where she is wife material. She knows she's not. Why isn't she married now? Because she's not wife material and she knows she's not. Right? So in and of itself, when she's teaching women who are in the bottom of the barrel right now, right, up to where she's at, I mean, there's a long way between those two places, right? And in and of itself, she can only teach what she knows and what she's done up until now. And how she's taught that, because I've listened to the live streams that she has out there for free, is she tells the women, I was you. I did this. Here was the result. Here's how I screwed up my whole life. Here's how I ruined my own marriage. Here's how I ruined this dating. Here's how I ended up here, right? And so she blamed, and she took full accountability, full blame on herself, actually pointed out the amazing men she threw away. I'm telling you from me listening to several live streams that she did, this is what she would say. She would say, I threw it away. I ruined this. I ruined that. These guys were great, and I threw them away.
Ruby,
there's
a big difference. There's a big difference between saying something and actually taking accountability. Because we just for almost 2 hours we were talking back and forth. The messages she pulled up, and it sounded the exact same. They sound the exact same kind of woman who was like that in 2019 and beyond, and she still hasn't taken accountability for the crap that she's been doing, and owning up to the fact that she couldn't help black women like that. So I mean, she couldn't even help her own kid.
Can I say something?
Let's be honest for a second here. Let's just hang on.
Can I say something?
Hang on, because we got to address that. Because you want to talk about her doing all this and coaching and her being accountable. I can't rock with that. Because she's literally proven and make it literally, it's in 4K in front of us that she lacks the capabilities of taking accountability for the decision that she makes. The same way she made that same mishap in 2019 with her cousin, knowing that full well it was a goddamn lie, didn't take accountability for her when she came out here and shitted on all the black men out there that didn't supposedly come out and protect her cousin. And then she lumps all black men in the same group, saying we're all caping for each other and shit like that. That's the definition of a woman who does not take accountability, and we got to hold it to account.
So can I say something, one, Duke? And that is my critique of her, okay? My critique of her is, I hate generalizations. My critique of her was that she came out, she was hurt, she was upset when at the time, whatever was happening with her cousin. I didn't know about it at that time, but she came out and she was like, all you black men, whatever. She should not have said that. As you know, I don't agree with stuff like that, okay? Excuse me. So I take that critique of her, but I think that you're making a very sweeping statement when you say that she is someone who cannot take accountability at all. So there are times when listen, the way I see April Mason and Ruby, I think you know her a bit better than I think she's a hood chick, right? That's her background. And she's worked a lot. Yeah, she's worked a lot over the years. I'm not saying hood chicks are not feminine, but she sees femininity as very important in dating.
How can she see femininity is important if she herself is not a feminine woman?
For real.
Are you
There's nothing
serious?
about her.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I am dead ass serious. How is it woman gonna tell a man what a feminine woman looks like? I'm looking at this chick right here, and I'm saying ain't nothing feminine about this right here.
And this is what I have a huge problem with.
Let me know.
What I have a huge problem with. You guys, this is what I have a huge problem. Everything is subjective, but everyone coming out and saying she's not feminine enough, this, that, and the other, that is a problem to me. This is a woman, she sees femininity as important in getting the guy that you want, okay? She is working towards being the kind of feminine woman is taking
it's going to take her more than 10 years to do that, right?
Yes, why not?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So in that 10 years, so you're supporting. Hang on.
I've not finished my thought.
You don't let us finish your thought, dude.
No, I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. What do you mean it's not fair? I just sat here and let y'all finish. Don't play with me with that. Do not play with me with that, because I know I'm being fair here. All right, hang on. I gotta push back a little bit.
No, you let me.
You telling me.
Not CJ though.
Huh?
Perfect. Come on, let it.
No, because I got. Okay. I'll let you finish, CJ. Then I'm gonna come at that point. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So yes, so aren't you all the same that are saying that in our Black community, Black American community, a lot of the women are masculine because they've had to take on certain burdens, and so they've been in their masculine frame. This woman is an example of that, if you believe that stuff. And she has been working for years to be as feminine as she can in her life. That is what she teaches, okay? And so, yes, I think that I don't believe too much in the masculine feminine thing, but I do think when she gets angry, when she gets upset, yeah, she might slip more into more of a masculine frame, and she might have to remind herself to be a bit more feminine. That is stuff that happens for women. And by the way, yes, you can tone down your masculinity and femininity. That is true. In a work environment, if you're a leader of a team as a woman, you may have to be more in your masculine and be assertive.
Somebody breathing real hard.
I hear that too.
Can I chime in real quick?
But then when you go home, a lot of career women do this, right? So maybe they're at work, they have to be a bit more.
I gotta, Kirk. That may be you, bro.
I think it is.
Oh, Kirk,
I think it's you breathing, bro. Let me mute you for a second. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. It was really hard to hear what you were saying.
It was bad.
Then when you go home and you have to be mom to your kids, then you're back to being your nurturing, taking care of the house person. Right? So I think that does happen. There are baselines. So there are women who are just more naturally feminine than other women. It's all on a continuum, right? But yes, it can tone up and tone down. And I think, yes, when she gets angry, if people want to see that as masculine, maybe you see more of the masculine frame come out. But it does not mean that she cannot teach femininity to people. She may know the
cannot
principles.
teach that, man.
She cannot. I think that's a problem that women. I think that's a problem. Like,
that's
you guys are. You're what you're saying right now, and I understand it. And listen, if I was coming from your perspective, I would see that same thing too as well. But from a man's perspective, in the manosphere, she does not come off, and her teachings does not come off feminine. At least anything any guy, real man, would want. No man would want to invest with. Listen, man. Before I even come up here and did her videos, I was doing my research. I'm even still looking for that 14-minute video clip that she took down, right? Of how was she, so y'all can see in her words what she said. So don't play me. Like, those were the tape that she did right after the incident with her cousin, and how she and that one other chick was. Yeah, that, and literally they were. I was reading. Hold on.
I'm just saying I might have it. I'll look for it.
Okay,
for
if
you.
you can find find it, pull it up. But there were forums literally about that, how they were literally coming at April, and this was just random people who were not in the space, but they heard the story about what her cousin did, and like, yo, I'm really worried. But then it turns out, oh, she was faking, and then she went on YouTube basically trying to make it a whole thing about black men. All right, when I see that, all right, and I see 10 years worth of work, and I see you leaving that same thing, and then listen, what I see and what men are seeing when they look at someone like April Mason, they're seeing a hurt woman that was probably hurt a long time ago, who hasn't fully healed, but is coming out here teaching other hurt women how to be better. But the thing is, it's not working because hurt people can only hurt people. She herself isn't really fully healed. All right, and then some of y'all I see on the chat, hang on.
Guess what, Duke? The manosphere is full of hurt men.
Exactly.
Wait,
CJ, hang on. I'll let you finish. CJ. I'll let you finish. Hang on. You're absolutely right. It is filled with toxic and guys who are filled with emotions, and they're in their feelings right now. That's the exact reason why we don't want someone like April Mason coming in here influencing and selling false hope and fluffs to all these dudes, because it's not gonna freaking work out. And some of these guys, I also agree with you, they're also toxic in this space, preaching the same garbage, but it's not coming from a place where they're healed. Someone like me, I could say I went through a divorce. I could probably say I went through that. I could probably say I went through the custody battles. I've been through all that shit, but I'm still out here saying, hey, listen, women are great. I'm not sitting there preaching the same thing these guys. I'm like, women are great. If anything, I'm not saying stop talking to women. I'm saying you go out there and you go ahead and make sure that women are part of your self-development process, because it's that damn important. In fact, I'm one of the other few other people out here that has an open panel that lets women come on and have the perspective, because I think it's that damn important. I had to get flamed for that, because people say, oh, why would you let women on here? Why would you let them in the chat? Because I think it's very important to hear the other perspective. Now, here's the thing. When we look, hang on.
No, I'm answering after.
When we look at the other perspective and we talk about what guys see when they see this is false femininity. This is the kind of woman that most guys have fallen victim to in the past, and she's hurt and she's teaching other women shit that doesn't work. And you want to talk about Exhibit A, I look at her kid. Right, I look at her kid, and I'm not just saying this because it's her family, whatnot. No, it's the same kind of person that she has used as a prop of her success this entire time. We didn't hear all the other stuff or whatnot. I've seen testimonials of Facebook and whatnot, right? But that's all mostly business related, and some of them, but it wasn't about marriage, right? But the one thing we're talking about marriage-wise, she's used her daughter as the key prop for that. And then come to find out, daughter's 27, right, or 28 years old now, 3 kids, the same amount of age that she was when she got divorced, and her daughter's divorced. So I'm looking at that. I'm seeing like mama, like daughter. What do you want me to think, man? What do you expect me to expect? I see a fake woman who's trying to do stuff. Go ahead.
My turn. My turn.
Not twice divorced.
Yo, hold on.
No. Let Poppy go. Let Poppy go. Let Poppy hasn't spoken yet. Let Poppy go. And then
go ahead.
Ruby, come on now. You had your turn. Let Poppy go, and then you can rebuttal. Then CJ, and then we'll let some more people on here. Bernie, is that you back there? Is that you for real? Hold on, oh shit. Let's get Bernie up here. What's good, brother? I appreciate your support in the chat too, man. Hey, yo, what's good? Hey. What's good?
I think CJ and Ruby are wrong about April Mason, man. I think she's the funk. She following the money. There is nothing feminine about that woman, okay? She clearly said, on the lawyer show, I forgot his name, that if you want to make a lot of money, just tell black women whatever they want to hear. That's messed up, yo. That's fucked up, actually. Extremely fucked up. Because if I'm a doctor and you come to me and you got cancer, I should tell you that you got cancer, right? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, then. So why that woman was lying to those women coming to her for help? Obviously, she was lying to them so she can continue getting their money. And then she came out with the excuse to talk about I'm retiring. You don't retire from somewhere when you're making a lot of money. Let's stop it, yo. She retiring because people probably start figuring it out that they wasn't getting no results and they quit her little service. That's exactly what happened, man. Nobody in the right. Listen, Jeff Bezos is the richest guy in the world. He's not gonna say, "Oh, I'm quitting Amazon." He's not gonna say that. Okay, he's not gonna say that. You're gonna get as much money as you can. She is lying, and the simple fact she's snitching herself, that tells me a lot, because you ain't gonna let a blind person teach you how to drive, do you?
No.
Right?
Okay. No, you're right. You're right.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. She's telling me about feminine this, feminine that. She didn't even marry herself. Why? I don't know why females even listening to her. And then I was looking at one of her little posts today actually. Talk about she got her little grandson on her
Somebody
arm.
has YouTube playing in the background. Can you turn off your YouTube in the background?
Probably Bernie.
You gotta
we're
turn off
trying to find you a stepdaddy. So I don't think it's me.
No, it's not you.
No, I think it's Bernie. Because he just came up.
All right, go ahead.
And you know, I know she's a froyo because I was watching one of she did like a little Instagram post. I think it was yesterday or Saturday. She was holding her grandson, telling the grandson, "Oh, you gotta be quiet. You gotta be quiet until we find you a stepdaddy. And then once we find you a stepdaddy, you can start acting out. Like, come on. That's kind of like hooky. Like you're trying to like that means that you lie until you get what you want, and then you let your real self reveal your real self. That's what that means.
Puppy, she didn't say that, Puppy. She did not say that, Puppy.
No, she did. She did. There was actually a tape.
She held up the grandson and she said,
man.
Sorry.
This is not fair. I'm giving Poppy his shot to talk because we've been dominating, but I really have so much to say.
Okay, no, sorry, go ahead. Poppy, are you still talking?
All right, go ahead so I want to get this tape playing so we can go ahead and put that argument to bed.
He clearly said it that if you want to make a lot of money, you lie to black women. I got a big problem with that, man. I don't think even if you robbing these broads, you should even say it out loud. And that's why I agree with Oche. Talk about that. He don't want her in this space because she's gonna come over here and trying to start poisoning people's mind and pretty much get them for whatever she can. That's what she's coming over here for. That's exactly. Make no mistake about it. She's trying to make some money.
That's the thing, Poppy, that like CJOJ or Ruby, I don't know if you guys are seeing that or not, but that's what guys are seeing. Like we're not stupid. We know when someone is trying to sell us fluff. The problem is a lot of these guys some of these guys in the spaces who don't know any better, like CJ said, which I agree with you, they are coming from a place of insecurity and hurt. They're gonna look at we even had people in the chat who were agreeing with what she's saying until like, oh shit, well, no, she actually is. Oh, this don't make any sense. What are you talking about? No, because it's that easy to get fooled. That's what it is, and that's where like I agree with O'Shea talking about that, but also disagree at the same time. I think that real talk, if you're gonna be, I mean, first of all, you should have on whoever you want to have on. But like those kind of people, if you're gonna decide to have like an April Mason on or a Britney Renner on or those kind of people, you got to have the mental wherewithal to not fall for that shit or even simp. And I say this all the time with the guys who are the men in this space, right? Batman Kevo, right? And the Fresh and Fit guys, right? So y'all can't say I'm not neutral. I come after them too because they literally sat on that podcast and said nothing while this dude was advocating for mortgage fraud. All right, so I'm sorry, bro. I gotta call that out because clearly y'all just sitting here quiet, and this dude is telling the thousands of people that were watching at that point in time who don't know shit about finance, they don't know anything about credit or money, but they're saying, oh, you know, that's a good idea. Let me go tell the bank I'm getting a loan to buy the house, but really I'm gonna actually split it up and use this down payments for other houses so I can Airbnb all of them and then get the profits off of that. No, you're gonna go to federal prison. That's what's gonna happen if you follow that exact. And I can tell you that Batman Kevo himself doesn't follow that exact same advice because he'd be in big ass fucking trouble. He makes his money off of telling you that you can do it and selling a dream that you can make it based off that advice. And I see no goddamn difference with April Mason and what she's trying to do in this space. Go ahead, Ruby.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now I have 3 points to make. Everyone, please let me make them. Okay, so the first point I want to make is this, and it's about her being a coach of any kind. Okay. I always say you don't know what you don't know, and you can't teach what you don't know, which means all she can teach is everything she knows from the bottom of the barrel where she started until today. That's it. That's all she can teach, right? Now, for men, they're saying, well, that's not good enough and that's not far enough. And I understand from the men's perspective, y'all don't have to care about this process women go through, and you shouldn't, right? Because you really only care about the end result. Where is she right now? And is that right for me or not? And that's what men are supposed to do. But as women, we have to understand, right, that it's not some magical thing that happens, right, where you are trained and conditioned for 30 odd years of your life. And then all of a sudden you have a come to Jesus moment and boom, tomorrow you're all different and you just have everything and you're great. That's not the way it really works, right?
That's what she's doing. Oh my God.
No,
I can't.
Duke. No, it ain't fair. If I don't get to make my point, then you're arguing against the point I haven't made.
Don't make your point. I'm just saying.
Thank you.
What she's doing. She's doing
No. Okay. So okay. So here's what she's doing, because I've listened to her, right? A lot of people have not listened to her except for the clips that she's done, whereas I've listened to her throughout the years. And I have several issues with her, which is what I said. She's below me. Where on her development scale, she's below where I started. So therefore, I have no use for her. But I'm going to give y'all an example as to why she could possibly be useful, right? Because like I said, it's like an addict knowing that sobriety is absolutely necessary, is a better way to go. And then you just expect the addict to wake up tomorrow and just boom, be sober, and then live a sober, productive lifestyle. It's not the way it works, right? Or for people who suddenly figure out, oh, wait a minute, I should prioritize money and self-actualization as men, right? Well, you don't just wake up tomorrow and now you earn $100,000 a year and boom, it just happened like this. And it's just, now you know how to save and now you know how to invest and now you're a great money manager because you woke up today and realized that that's a huge priority. That's not the way it works, because you're not just fixing one trait. You're not just fixing femininity or money management or addiction. You are fixing a billion things that have led you to the moment that you're at. Right? A whole bunch of different trauma, a whole bunch of different dysfunction, a whole bunch of different everything. You have to heal those things in stages. And what happens is, right? So if those of you who are brokish, okay, if someone like Jeff Bezos told you how to manage your money tomorrow, it wouldn't be useful to you. You know why? Because you're broke. Right? He's not talking to the broke man, he's talking to men like him. Right? You have to talk to someone who's a little bit closer to your level, who's going to be able to make it digestible and give you a goal that's a little bit more feasible sometimes for you to be able to accept it. Okay. Right? And so hold on. So to me, April Mason is not the end goal by far whatsoever. Right? But was she doing something useful for women? Yes, I think so. Okay? No, I understand you disagree. You said that. I said I'm making 3 points. That's my point number one. Oh, no, of course she's a quitter. My point 2 is this, and I'm going to go back to the cousin kidnapped situation. I was here when all that happened, right? I was here as it was unfolding and going down. And so I'm going to say this. My issue with the situation to begin with was this. I don't know about everyone else. I'm going to tell you what my issue was. What really happened was apparently these guys followed her cousin into a store and then they followed her to work. That was the issue. That's what happened. And so then the cousin called the police on these guys. I guess they were making some type of disparaging comments while they were doing it. And the police said, well, did they touch her? Did they threaten her? Did something? And she said no. And they said, well, there's not much we could do about it then. It's not a crime. And so April went online and, put that all on blast. Okay. And then they arrested the cousin for lying. And then they dropped the charges against the cousin. Okay. So when they arrested the cousin for lying, the manosphere went wild. Oh, see, we knew she was cheating. We knew this was happening. Right. And then when the charges were dropped, no one took it back and said, okay, maybe she wasn't really lying, or maybe we don't know the whole story. So she's doubling down, but she's doubling down on the fact that the charges were dropped and this was all retaliation for the way I went after the cops when I thought they mishandled my cousin's case. That could be true. It could be equally true that they charged her, but they just didn't have enough to proceed, but we don't really know, right? So I kind of have an issue with how hard we're going about that, because she didn't lie. She said that the charges were dropped and no one took back everything they said, and the charges were dropped and no one took back everything they said.
Right here.
Can I say something? Hold on.
Go ahead. I'm gonna play this tape.
Let me. When police drop the charges, when it comes to when you make a false report to the police, most of the time what happens is they have to go 2, 3, 4, 5 classes and they drop charges, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. They just don't want to keep on going, wasting time and money on those kind of charges. That's how those kind of situations go.
Doesn't mean that you're not.
But we also know, but they do punitive charging all the time, and we know that they do, right? So that's what I'm saying. We just don't know which one it is. I'm not saying it could be,
we do kind of know though, because we got news coverage on it. Matter of fact, here we go.
Attempted abduction.
It's like 2 seconds to take. Go ahead.
All 3 men took place at a Circle K store. Last night, investigators released
a surveillance tape.
Video.
Ain't nobody
they say
following her.
It proves Collier lied by claiming a man followed her around the store. Police say video from outside of the store also counters a claim by Collier that the man was following her in a Dodge Charger as she used a rideshare.
No Dodge Charger in place.
Rideshare driver told police Collier made no mention of being followed.
Didn't even tell the dude that she was following. There you go. So
my question is,
I don't know what
when
else
did
to tell
this
you.
tape, like where in the timeline, because I had this question myself, where in the timeline does that tape come in?
Right after she filed the police report.
Right, so were the charges then dropped after that? Which is what I think that's what
they
Ruby
very
is saying.
may well have not, they very may well have been
I'll tell you.
after that, or probably not. We don't
No,
know.
I'll tell you. So this is what happened. What happened was the thing happened with April's cousin. April went online long before there was any type of footage, anything like that. April went online and said the police mishandled her cousin's case. They don't care about Black women, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Okay, she brought notoriety to it.
Right, exactly. And then the charges came and the tapes came with the charges. And the tapes were like 2 seconds long on both sides. And then all of a sudden, really quietly, the charges got dropped. No coverage of that whatsoever. That's the timeline of how things went. So that's why I've always looked sideways. I don't co-sign her on that. I don't un-co-sign her on that. I think it's too shady either way. I leave that one alone. Right. But I just wanted to say
that actually plays a huge role, especially if you're at that point in time, you're teaching women. A year before she came out and said she's done teaching women, and now you're coming into male spaces. I think that does matter, because
I'll tell you why it doesn't matter.
Hang on, no. I got to tell you why it does, though, right? Because why it does is because if you're coming in, the whole point is being authentic and honest, right? So I'm not going to sit there and bullshit a bunch of young guys who are listening to me right now about shit about my life that's not really real. I'm not going to come up here and I tell you guys all the time, I could easily fake that lifestyle. I get a good line of credit. I can go in there and I can pretend to be something that I'm not until I become something I am. But here's the thing. I already know what kind of guy I am and what I got. So that's one thing. So I'd rather come up here and tell y'all how to freaking do it without having to show out and do all the flash that's going to get you in trouble or attract the wrong kind of thing. I'm not claiming to be more than I am, right? So the thing is, it's supposed to be authentic. If I come out one day all of a sudden on some fake guru bullshit, right, trying to do all this weird wacko shit, right, then that's a problem, because how can anyone take what I say seriously? And men, we see that a little bit differently, right? Because if we see a dude that's twisted and two-faced that is saying some shit that don't really mean, men will instantly stop trusting that situation. All right, so that right there, that's where our mentality is coming from, and you got to understand what we think. And we look at that. Hang on, we look at that into consideration if you're coming in here, because if you're coupling that with saying, hey, listen, if you want to tell Black women or you want to make money in the Black community, you sell them fluff, and then couple with the fact that there's verifiable proof that you lied and there's truth that you double, triple down on that lie, how the fuck is anyone going to take what you say seriously? That's why we have the problem.
Here's the thing. Okay, but here's why, again, because this was my third point, and I wanted to make that clear. The reason why I don't focus on what the cousin really told April, what April believes, whether the police really said this, I don't focus on that, is because of it doesn't matter whether this really happened to the cousin or not. First of all, the story changed about 4 different times. Okay. And so the story evolved as far as exactly what these guys were doing. Right. So it went from kidnapping and Black men are violent predators and dangerous to Black women. Right. It went from that to, well, I mean, they followed her into the store and she felt uncomfortable about that. And then she saw them outside of her workplace. So clearly they were following her there. That's the story morphed. And so I wasn't focusing on the rest of it because of this one point, that anytime people are going to try to intentionally demonize and villainize a Black man or Black men, right, to try to make some points, score some cool points with women, something like that, they're dangerous people. And the actual truth of whether or not something happened to the cousin is irrelevant to April Mason weaponizing that, basically. So that was my third point.
I know that's your point, but that's very much all that stuff that you're saying to know, and then I understand where you're coming from. However, and how you see it, where that's not relevant. However, it is relevant when you're talking about this space, because the fact that you're not considering is that there are a lot of impressionable young men in this space. I'm not even talking about the woman perspective, because she had 10 years to do that and it didn't fucking work, right? I'm talking about the young men who are ready to buy this stuff, because you got to understand there are so many fake people in this space, and I'm talking about the dude dudes in general, bro. And a lot of these dudes, I even get attacked for coming. Y'all saw that Andrew Tate video, right? So I'm not fucking crazy for how he was smacking a girl around in that video. Even you, Ruby, thought that was a little right. Now I'm not saying it wasn't, you know, consensual one. I don't know the situation with that. I just presented the story. The exact same thing I'm seeing here is I'm presenting the story, and I have my own opinions on it. And my opinions on that is similar to what a lot of guys, especially with the guys in the chat of the lead attorney, while she was talking. Meanwhile, the lead attorney didn't know it at the time, and even some of the stuff that Kevin Samuels, down to what O'Shea Duke is saying, all that stuff matters. It's actually so serious to the point where you actually have to like literally put some limitations and caps on that, right? You can't have someone who's, listen, I personally think that a lot of where that's coming from is the fact that I said this in the last stream, I genuinely don't think she likes black men. I genuinely don't think she likes black men like that. I genuinely don't think that.
Oh, you're misunderstanding my point.
No, I'm not talking about. I actually broke off into a different tangent, but I'm talking about the fact that the reason why I think that is just because she's coming from a place of hurt that never really healed. Matter of fact, why would you come on here and say on the lead attorney as a female dating coach that you left your man because you wanted to find yourself, and you out here teaching people how to be supposed to stay in a relationship? That's not how that works. That's really not how that would be a different story if the man left her, right? And then it's like, oh, I'm talking about this. Let me break this down. But you left him, which is proven the statistics in the situation that what happens in the black community. And on top of that, you're a woman who had a rare situation. You were 25 years old, single mom of 3, and a dude wiped you up, and you still broke that off. So how the hell are you qualified to teach another woman who's in a similar situation how to get to where you got, what, single? Single what? You had a man who's willing to take, I mean, that's rare in this space nowadays, right? Who's willing to take on all of that, and you still dumped them for what? And then you talk about, oh, now you got to be dope, right? I got a stripper pole in my house.
No, you're missing the point. Listen, the reason why I said it doesn't matter. The reason why I said it doesn't matter is not because I'm not saying, oh, it doesn't matter if she lied.
I hear an echo, by the way.
I hear a little bit of an echo too. But
everybody mute. I'll mute myself.
I'm not saying that it's not important. I'm saying it's way more important than we're making it be. Where's the echo coming from? That's really strange. Okay. Anyway. Oh, so then it's probably you. But okay, here's the issue. If black men walk into a store behind you, that is not a crime. Black men are not inherently dangerous.
Ruby, that's you.
But how am I acting on myself?
I don't know. Fabio said that in the chat. He said that was you in the echo.
Hold on. Oh,
we're in the show. We can't. I can't. No, I can't. I don't hear an echo on my end. I don't know if you guys hear an echo on your end. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah.
Can you mute for a second, Duke? Let's see. Oh, I don't know.
You can hold up. Let me see if you try muting yourself real quick, and then I'll mute you. All right. Do y'all hear anything? Let us know.
No, I don't hear nothing.
SMD Vision said someone's got YouTube playing in the background. Turn off all YouTube if you're on the show. You got to turn off YouTube. You are a part of the show. What you need YouTube on for?
I haven't had YouTube on.
I'm not talking about
the echo's gone. The echo's gone. Hold on. Look. The echo's gone.
Echo's gone? All right.
Yeah, it's
continue,
gone.
Continue.
Okay, yeah. But what I'm trying to say is this, okay? When we go, well, if the boys really did follow her in, if they were really just happening to drive down the same street as her, well, then it would have been okay for her to say everything that she said. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if there were really guys there who walked into a store after her cousin, but clearly were nowhere close enough to touch her or to do anything to her. I don't care if they drove down the same street after they both left because, hey, guess what? There's only 4 directions they could have possibly traveled. Right? I don't care about that. It doesn't matter if those guys were in there really or not. It doesn't matter if they said some stuff to her she didn't like or not and then happened to drive down the same street afterwards. My issue is that we are allowing Black males just existing to be demonized and villainized as something that's scary and threatening. And that was my issue then, right? Well,
okay, so you're saying that was your issue with April Mason?
Yes, that was my issue with her.
Okay, so we're a girl. We on the same page. What you talking about?
Yes, that's what I was saying. You won't let me finish my story. That's why I said if you told me to finish the point, you would have known.
Okay, because my point where I'm coming from, that is very freaking relevant, man. Like if you were talking about your past and shit, that's very relevant because you're doubling down on a lie, and there's verifiable proof. We just played the surveillance tape. And nobody followed her, no charger whatsoever. She didn't even tell the guy that was giving her the Uber ride that she was on that same BS. So that's what it is. Like, yo, yeah, that's what we're saying. Shout out to you, Lead. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Yeah, no, we just covering this real quick, man.
No, because it was happening a lot a couple years ago. It was happening a lot a couple years ago where just because, like, let's say you get into a little tiff inside the store, like an argument, whatever, and people get into little tiffs for 2 seconds, and then it was being blown out of proportion.
But now, Ruby, we're getting into the what ifs though, because listen, if we're gonna do that, let's just consult the video evidence we got right here. like shout out to you, Lee. But let's conduct the video evidence we got right here, because from the security tapes, right, caught here in 280p, it seemed like ain't nobody was trying to follow her around. Matter of fact, she was just moving around her store. Nobody followed her out.
A two-alarm fire shut down a popular.
It's like 2 seconds though.
No, it's not 2 seconds.
We're
it's like
already pouring from the 100-year-old building.
Hold up.
But Duke, I think
it's technically 30.
Developing tonight in East Point, police arrested a woman accused of filing a false police report. Investigators say this woman right here, Cynthia Collier, met with an officer just after 2 on Sunday afternoon to report.
Oh no, please. Oh, listen, this ain't YouTube. I promise you, I paid for the premium. I promise you.
But Duke, I was gonna say, I think you're conflating two things though. So one is the video, right? The video surveillance.
Hold on.
She said it involved 3 men. Took place at a Circle K store. Last night, investigators released this surveillance video.
That's her walking around.
They say it proves Collier lied by claiming a man followed her around the store.
Look,
police say video from outside of the store also counters a claim by Collier that the man was following her in a Dodge Charger.
A Dodge freaking Charger. And there was no mention. There's no look. Y'all looking at the tape. Ain't no Charger there. Ain't no nothing. So listen, for the fact that
where's the full tape?
She can look at this and then say that no, she was actually being followed. That's a problem.
But where's the full tape?
What I'm
never
saying
saw it.
What I'm saying is that you're conflating two things. So Ruby is saying that the charges were dropped eventually. So it doesn't really matter what the surveillance tape shows. Because
I'm not talking about that.
I'm saying it matters what you said about it.
No. If I'm it's not conflating both. I'm saying what that has. Like we talk about how someone's past tends to reflect a little bit about their character. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about what April Mason talked about. And I'm not even talking about this particular video in itself. I'm talking about the fact that the circumstances surrounding what came after the video, right? How she came out and lambasted a lot of brothers for not quote unquote protecting. So no. Here's what I'm saying. So I'm arguing that point, coupled with the fact that how you going now we know for a fact that the surveillance tape is here. We know that you were lying. The investigator, they looked at this. I'm pretty sure they have way more access than what this news station's talking about. Looked and determined that she was also lying. So the fact that she was lying, and someone like April Mason, here's my point. Here's what I'm talking about. I'm not complaining shit. I'm saying that, listen, the fact that you're a verifiable liar, because you've proven that, right? You've proven that you're willing to see that she's wrong and you're lying. What makes you qualified? I don't care if you teach the women, that's fine. You already quit doing that. All right, we already know what the problem is with that, right? You quit doing that because they got tired of you selling them fluff. You're not coming over here because now we're looking at your past and we seeing that you're a liar. All right, we don't. Why would we want to listen to someone that we can't freaking trust, especially with a trust about a situation that's verifiably true?
So, but you shouldn't be. Women can't teach men shit really anyway, except for about women, and she's not self-actualized and by her own admission, so she can't teach men anyway. Like she has no business teaching men in general. Like that's not even part of the discussion.
That was my point.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I was saying, like for me, I never heard anything that she was coming into the manosphere trying to teach men, right? So I never. That's why I asked, was that ever actually declared? So what I was saying,
not declared, but it's a very and Ruby, you can attest to this, right? It's a verifiable pattern. Most women, right? I don't want to use the term chameleons or whatever the fuck, right? But most women who are coming into the space, what they usually would do is they tend to regurgitate certain talking points that is in the manosphere, and then that's how they get their comeuppance, right? So with her dealing in the female side, being on Facebook and whatnot for 10 years, all of a sudden declaring that she can't help black women, why did you declare it after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 5. You waited 10 years to declare that I'm done helping black women. What that typically says, I mean, look, because here's the thing. She's following a model for Rebecca Lynn Pope, right? Because Rebecca Lynn Pope did that, and her video when she came out saying that got millions of views, right? And it got her interviews, it got her all these different things. Literally, she made her rounds in the manosphere space because everybody was capable for that, which also exposes a verifiable flaw in this space with y'all dudes out there that won't accept anything without doing your goddamn research. But back to her, right? So that's the verifiable pattern where you're gonna get your way off to the top, because a lot of dudes here, like you said, TJ, like you alluded to, Ruby, they are hurt, and they are hurt primarily, and especially in the black manosphere space, they're hurt primarily from dealing with other black women or women that look like them. So then when they see a black woman who's also a dating coach, or now saying that, hey, listen, I'm done helping these women. I said, guys, I see exactly what you see. I'm done. These women are so entitled. Basically regurgitating some of the same thing a lot of these black dudes in this space have been saying, right? Now she's getting the applause, she's getting the clap. She even got herself on the lead attorney show without the brother even knowing what he is. When she first got on there, he was talking about the post. That's what they did. It wasn't until they were looking at the chat and were listening to what she had to say, then they realized, oh, wait a minute, we got ourselves a snake in the grass here. That's what the perspective the guys are looking at it from. So I don't care. Like, listen, her cousin, the whole situation, I understand where you're coming from, Ruby. That's fine. I really don't care about that situation if she was followed. What I do care about is the fact that April Mason proved in that scenario where she should have shown that she could take an accountability and show some goddamn integrity, which is something as a good characteristic of a feminine woman. She doubled down on a lie to hurt other black men. And on top of that, puts up a post saying, oh, all you black men always caping for each other. All the guys men always surround each other. What happened to F the police? Came back yesterday saying that same thing. Her response
that's not what she said, by the way. I wanted just to let you know that you read that wrong.
That's not what. Okay, I read this wrong.
That's not what she said.
You tell me what I read.
Read it again.
All right. Okay. Let's. Matter of fact, let's do this. Like I said over a year ago, black males will never get an apology from me. Why? Because it turned out my cousin was telling the truth. But black males didn't run and make videos to spread that. They immediately sided with their enemy. That's what happens to what happened to fuck the police. This is because they could hang on, CJ. This is her words, right? This is because they couldn't accept that someone who looks like them, other black people, other black males to be exact, right? I mean, how else would you interpret that? Would do something so horrible and were called out on that behavior, and it was proven in that surveillance tape those men didn't do anything, right? You can say it. It was well documented if you didn't even notice. Yeah, you damn right it was damn near well documented. Documented that you a goddamn verifiable liar. That's what it is. I don't mind. Let's skip down here because this is where she said it, right? She says, yes, women have work to do with these males. This is with a disgrace. I said a quick word. No, that's not what it was. I actually agree with this little statement right here because I do believe y'all niggas raggedy as hell. She's I'm talking about, she's like, I don't mind you using my name for clout, but damn, at least get your facts straight. Scroll below to read the entire post from January 2020. I'm talking about black males, not black men. They're not the same. Then I go here and say, okay, well, let's look at the post that she put from January. All right. Let me go down here and she says, for all those who decided to make the videos to try and discredit and drag me, I don't expect an apology. Why? Because you will always try to find another way to make her wrong instead of accepting the fact that you jump to conclusions. And why protecting your own is not on your own agenda. You showed your asses, and I'm forever grateful to you for doing so. As you see, I continue to move forward like you hadn't said a word. Thank you to all those who actually came to my support. What else? What did she say? Oh yeah, to see a body of men who claim the system is their enemy, always screaming F the police, side with them over someone who looks like their mother, daughter, or aunt or wife, spoke volumes to me. So she said the fact that other brothers who look like them, right, in that video, right, would come out and call her cousin out for being a fraud, a liar, right? That's fraud because what happened to fuck the police? That's her words. I got that wrong.
I think she was saying. She was saying to see that a body of that black men are siding with the police instead of with her and her cousin, instead of with black women, right? They're siding with the police instead of black women. That's because she lied.
But she's just missing.
Poppy, go ahead, CJ.
So I was gonna, but that's beside the point. But it was just that you went on.
No. We got to go back to that point.
But they're accusing black men.
No reason why this is up.
Yes, I was just saying that you were saying that she was saying black men are just sticking together but she was saying that they were siding with the police. That's why she said, what about F the police? All the times you all say F the police, and now when it comes to this, you're not believing me and my cousin, you're believing the police over us. Why are you laughing?
Because
but what about the black men?
But I said from the beginning, guys, that my critique of April is the same as you all's, that she should not have come out and generalized to all black men and said,
so everything she says is wrong, then I don't want to hear it no more, man. Once a liar, always a liar.
I was gonna say that
once a liar, always a liar.
So that's pretty much what it is.
You're so done with April.
Yeah, so
listen,
I think
I honestly don't care for the girl, but look, once somebody come out and say with a smile on their face that if you want to make money, lie to these black females, man. I got okay. Let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you this. Hold on,
let him go.
Do you have a house?
And then hold on, real quick, Poppy. Hold that thought. You're gonna go, and then we'll have CJ's rebuttal to that, and then we'll go Marcus, and then Ruby. We'll have you go because I know you itching. But after Poppy, I gotta get the super chat real quick. Go ahead.
All right, okay. So CJ and Ruby, are you looking to buy? Let's say you're looking to buy a house, right? And I'm the real estate agent. In the process of being looking to buy a house, I tell you, hey man, in order for me to do real estate fraud, I need everybody to put a deposit in the house. Do you still want to work with me? Yes or no?
What? Say it again. Sorry.
I say, let's say you're looking to buy a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the real estate agent that I'm selling houses. And before you buy the house, I tell you, hey man, I'm looking to do real estate fraud. Are you still going to continue working with me?
No.
That's exactly what April did.
But that's not equivalent. Hold on, that's not equivalent to content creation. So, for example, here's the problem. You got to trick, and I'm sorry, black people, but it's true, and y'all know it's true. You got to trick black people into learning anything. You really do, right? So a lot of times, if you want to teach our people about something that has to do with self-growth, development, something that's boring, you gotta trick them to come in. So you got to show them an entertaining video.
That doesn't change the fact what I'm just saying. She lied to people. She lied to these women.
But no, that's not what she said.
All the money. Hold on. She made millions of dollars. She made millions of dollars. Once she said that, listen, that means she was lying to these motherfuckers for 10 years, man.
Let me ask you a question, Poppy. Okay, and this is a serious question.
This is what the guys are saying.
Hold on. Is it a lie, right? Even if what y'all are saying is true, okay? Is it a lie to say, hey, listen, ladies, if you learn how to fool men, right, by giving them everything they want until the day you get the ring on your finger, you'll be able to get a ring on your finger? Is she lying? No, she's shady. She's not someone we should pick up as an ally. She's not someone we should promote, but is she lying?
She's not lying. But she's not lying. But here's the thing. To counteract to that, Ruby, hang on, Poppy. To counteract to that, right? She's not lying, but she's being extremely disingenuous. Just to that post that Poppy was talking about when she was holding her baby and saying, "Shh, no, Mama's trying to lock it down. You gotta." That's all disingenuous garbage, man. Because listen, if the woman is really with the man just because she wants to be able to get something out of it, get a ring locked down, and get that security, what's in it for the man? Is she really genuinely in there for him? What is she coaching these other women, right, to go ahead and marry dudes for fun and just dump them? Is that what we're doing? Like, what the hell is going on here? So it does matter in the goddamn messaging. I don't think that's what we're going to. Let's get to Marcus here. Before that, Grover Reeves, shout out to you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. My G, letting the sisters rock so long is an example of leadership. The TPP network rocks with you. I rock with you too, brother. Hey, if y'all want to hop on, let me know, man. We'll let y'all on, man. Open platform over here, man. That's all we do it. I appreciate you. Duke and Don rocks with you too. Go ahead, Marcus.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Happy holidays, by the way.
Happy holidays. What holiday is it?
Well, just overall in general, the holiday season is what I mean. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, I understand everybody's point, and I'm going to be as fair and unbiased as possible for both spectrums because I understand. I hear Ruby, I hear CJ, I hear Duke, and I hear Poppy. The only issue I have is with people giving her criticism for not wanting to continue doing therapy work. I think it's everyone's human right. If they don't want to do it, that doesn't mean a person is quitting. It's just that means they want to close that chapter. It's like me saying CJOJ How dare you quit being a military physician when they need your help? I'm not the audacity of my nerve to hold CJJ like that and be mad that she's quitting. She has a right to quit. That's the only issue I have. The other stuff is very phony, very shady in what she's doing. I do agree with you guys on that.
Let me ask you this, Marcus. Let me ask you this. Do you agree with O'Shea Dukes Jackson declaring her pretty much excommunicado from the manosphere?
For me, I don't really go into that, but it's tough. It's 50-50 for me. I don't know. I don't think I'm up there with them like that.
That's all right. I felt the same way too. I mean, I felt the same way. It is what it is. It could be 50-50. But they're the big dogs in this space, and we just have to expect that.
So
we're master space. That's just what it is. I personally don't agree with it. But then again, I was never gonna consider April Mason as someone I'd bring on the panel or anything like that. And I'm just that person. If I won't bring on somebody with like what's her name?
Britney Renner.
Miss Cheeks and Britney Renner. If I'm first of all, those are the people I'll never rock with anyways, right? I don't care if she's on her transformation. She ain't gonna come on here. She ain't gonna sit here and talk to y'all dudes. I'm not gonna let that happen. Right? So go ahead.
Yeah, and like I said before, I said it on here live before. I support what you decide to do on your platform. That is your right. It is your human right, and it's your profession. So I'm not gonna get in the way of that. I'm not even gonna get into the whole Britney Renner thing. That whole thing with Britney Renner, I'm not mad at that other video with Dion, but I'm sticking at the point at hand. The whole thing about April, I didn't really know about her, but when it came to what she was regurgitating, when she said she was tired of, saying these women are like this and that, blah, blah, blah. Again, I don't even know if that's legally able to because it's patient confidentiality. I thought you weren't supposed to talk about certain things like that, but I could be wrong. Maybe she didn't spill that much beans. Right. Because CJJ, you're like in the medical field and you're a military physician. Last I checked.
I don't think she's a therapist like that, Marcus. I don't think
she's not licensed. She doesn't have like a fiduciary responsibility or anything like that.
She's basically like a motivational speaker.
Like one of those. Listen. Life coaching is all the rage on Facebook.
Right.
You can't really do shit in the real world. Just go in life coaching.
Well, thank you guys for giving it. Thank you guys for giving it structure because my mother would love you guys. You guys are giving it structure in the conversation. But the only problem I have is criticizing her for quitting. I don't just if she doesn't want to do it, she doesn't want to do it. But I do agree if the whole thing of false allegations, it could be paranoia. She could be in mental health. She could be thinking maybe from a past traumatic trauma. It could be that, but at the same time, if the proof is there, I've dealt in court before. I've been in some of these criminal courts before, and I've seen some of the lies that sometimes they do. And the district attorney, if he has the leverage, if he has the weight going forth, the district attorney to slam the case and do a slam dunk, they're going to take the case. Now, if the evidence wasn't there, if it wasn't enough to somehow convict a supposedly alleged black man, they would have, quote unquote, pointed at the black man that was closest to them and took him down. But obviously the police saw it as a fraud, and the district attorney saw it as a fraud, and the judge saw it as a fraud. Because the way it works is when you go up to the chambers, they present it to the chambers, and the district attorneys go and they talk to them. So it goes with the opposing, the defendant attorney, the defense, and then there's the opposition, which is the district attorney. So they're the prosecutors. So they're going to go talk to the judge. So obviously when the judge saw it,
she wasn't indicted. She was never indicted.
That because I spaced out for a moment. Sorry. Did you say that the judge?
You got to pay attention, girl.
I'm sick. Sorry.
That's fine. I'm sick. I'm sick too. I'm sick too. I'm sorry.
God damn.
I understand.
Sorry. Were you saying that
the court didn't touch this? They wouldn't touch this. So the court didn't actually agree. It was just the cops, and she never got indicted, right? That never happened. Just so we're clear.
So I don't know how it is over there in the States where you guys are in Atlanta or in Georgia where it took place in California. That's just how it works over here, because once it files, because of the laws how they are kind of fucked up right here in Cali, the district attorneys and the police are like butt to hit, basically. So they'll pass it down immediately within 24 hours. So I don't know if it's different over there. So I'm taking your guys' word for it.
Man. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. She probably took a deal, take a couple classes, because he's probably a misdemeanor, probably some stuff like that.
But
it's just like when people.
But she was never indicted.
I just want to add like a finishing touch.
He was charged.
She was
matter
charged.
if she was indicted or not. She was charged for making a false report. Even if she was
Yeah.
convicted or not, it was a. Here, let me see if I can break this down a little bit more.
No,
Right?
she was
And
charged for
listen. I don't give a shit if she was convicted or she went to prison. I don't care. The fact of the matter is, it was proven that she was a lie. And how this
That's
relates
what- yep.
to April Mason. April Mason knew that this was a lie, and she backed it. And she came out with a 14-minute video lambasting black men, talking about where's all the protection for black women, which is a common trope we see happen in the black community that gets young black
I
men
agree with
in
all that.
trouble. Okay, what are we arguing about?
But Duke, I agree with hold on. I agree with everything you said right there, but there's a difference. We can't sit there because you know what? The other side, the women turn around and do that too. When black men catch false charges because cops just like to charge you because they don't like the way you looked at them today, but they're never indicted on those charges. It never goes anywhere because they were really just slapping you down. Then the black women go, see, look, he's a criminal. See, he's a felon. No, he's not. Sometimes the cops play with people, right? So we can't say just because someone gets charged with something, they're guilty of it. It didn't go to court.
She called the police.
So what's the argument? I'm confused. What's the argument?
Like
What's
you're
the argument?
you're doing a whataboutism, and the proof is in the pudding. Like that scenario we're talking about, if there was a body cam and it vindicated the victim in that case with the police officer, then the world would say that, right? Look at the whole thing with George Floyd, right around that area in that time frame when that whole thing was coming out, right? The 2020, 2019-ish era, right? The whole George Floyd, Jacob Blake nonsense, right? All that stuff was caught on surveillance and camera. Jacob Blake didn't fare out so well. George Floyd, it actually worked out. You see what I'm saying? And that's all towards because of surveillance. In this case, the same rules apply. The store surveillance at that Circle K gas station saw that, hey, nobody followed you even when you were in the store. It didn't seem like they were. And they investigated this and they looked outside the store and it turns out nobody else was following you, right? So when you look at that and you got investigators saying, okay, we're determined that this case, let's say she wasn't lying, right? Let's say she actually thought that those guys were actually following her. That's a completely different issue. And I said that earlier in the show. If that's the freaking case, I don't even listen, even going into that situation, I think she needs mental help. And that's the situation that we need to be talking about. She needs mental help because if you think someone's following you and ain't nobody following out here, you're sick. Like you're
I said that. I literally just said that earlier.
See, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm talking about, getting that. So if you understand that, because you know your cousin better than anyone else in the space does, why would you come out with a 14-minute video, not only giving notoriety to it, like you were saying, right? But also basically going after the guys in that scenario that we can clearly see on tape never happened. Three guys.
My experience and I actually looked for it really hard, but they actually never released the surveillance footage in full, ever. There was nowhere that you could see the full surveillance footage. So the problem is, right, again, because look, it didn't show us on the tape, but they showed literally in total like 4 seconds of the 10, 20-minute tape, whatever, right? So at the end, for both inside and outside, they never released it to the public. And that was always my issue with the tape to begin with.
You're saying they intentionally lied to frame
what I'm saying is, right, saying that we have the proof and we have the evidence. No, I was actually waiting and petitioning for them to release the footage in full to prove what they're saying. Prove that she's lying. Prove that there's no evidence of anything that she said on these tapes. Just prove it.
Ruby, time out, Ruby. Go ahead, Bobby. Listen, hold on. Listen. I'm going to tell you how this works, man, the criminal courts, man. If you accuse me of me trying to kidnap you, they will put me under the jail. That's 25 to life. I know people that got convicted for kidnapping. They don't take that just lightly. Kidnapping is worse than actually murder. I'm gonna put it to you like that in the court. That's how it is, okay? Obviously, they look at the police guy. She called the police herself. That's the only way that case went. The lady has to call the police herself, right?
Yeah.
Police went at the camera like, yo, this motherfucker wasn't after you. Well, what are you saying? Oh, hold on. Matter of fact, we're gonna slap you with this false report charge, right? She probably went to a little court. She went to her pre-trials, whatever. They told her, listen, man, we're gonna throw this case away. You probably retired or some shit like that. You just gotta do this 2 or 3 classes and you go home.
You keep saying that like she went to
Hold on. Let me finish. That doesn't mean that they dropped the charges. They just didn't pursue it. Most of the time, that's those kind of charges happen.
Listen,
and it doesn't go. They tell you it won't go on your record. That's what they tell you. You do this 2 or 3 classes, do this community service, you go home. That's what they tell you all the time.
That's not what
Listen. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Cause I can attest to what he's saying, right? Because I had two instances when that happened. Once when I was a lot younger and I got in trouble because I got in a fight with a couple people a long time ago, right? But that was before I was 18 years old, right? And the same thing after I was 18. Remember I told you when my wife tried to kill me, right? When tried to stab me and shit. Right. That was another situation because in a domestic situation, no matter what, even if you weren't violent or nothing like that, they take away the primary aggressor. And you know who the primary aggressor is? The man. Almost always the man. So they take you out of the house. Even though I'm sitting there, hey, yo, look at these bite mics, bro. Like, yo, look at she tried to stab. Look at we had an inflatable mattress at the time, right? We had an inflatable mattress, and I took him into. I'm like, look at the stab marks in there. Dude's looking, I'm sorry, but you're the male. You got to go. All right. So I've experienced shit like that. I've seen that. That's how it works. And you want to talk about the charges afterwards? Because after I was 18, and technically I didn't really have anything crazy. I wasn't too wild and out or anything like that. They said, hey, you do this program here. Right. And my lawyer explained it to me. It was like, it's like a sword dangling above your head. Right. Because if you fuck up, they're gonna slap you with something. Right. But if you can make it through this couple months here, all right, without having to, get into trouble, legal problems or anything like that, they'll let you go scot-free. And guess what? Because I'm not a problematic person. I got through that, no problem whatsoever, right? So that's how that should work. Charges drop. You look at my record, you ain't gonna see nothing stupid on there. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where that's how it is. So in her case, it could easily be that scenario too as well. It could easily be a situation where, okay, they could be like, oh, okay, or is this broad crazy? Like, is she crazy? Like, what's happening here? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Clearly, we've investigated this. We see the tapes, and none of that happened. Go ahead, Marcus. And
Yeah, well, I can speak from my experience. So when I was a kid and I had my little sister, this is, I can attest to what you guys are talking about. My mother had been a very toxic woman. She was a terrible wife to my father, but she was a great mother to us. I'll give her that credit. But when she was time, she would get crazy. She was very sometimes sick in the mind. I remember she had held me and my sister to a knife point, like by our throats, to stop my dad from leaving. So she was hurting herself, and she was trying to cut us at the same time to prevent my father from leaving. My father was tired of it, so he called the cops. He called the cops saying how my wife, my children's mother, has them by the throat, whatever, hurting herself. It turns out that at that time they had taken both of them because even though it was bullshit, I thought my father did nothing wrong. They still took both my parents. She had to go to jail. She took my father to jail for no reason, but just because he was the stronger male, kind of the sexist double standard of the system, takes him away. And then I'm stuck, and we're thinking we're going to be like, what are we going to do? We're going to go in the system. We're going to be foster care. It took my sister from a different state to come over just so they won't possibly put us in the van. If it wasn't for 12 more hours, we would have been in the system. Who knows what would have happened? My parents were in jail, in prison for a while. And then they got out, and it was fucked up because my father did not deserve that. My mother deserved it at the time, not my father. But that's just to show the
terrible.
Yeah,
I like
this. I like this. That's dope. Like that's like
I don't like to talk about it that much because it's like a chapter I've closed that I don't like to bring up, but I took the time out to say it here.
No, I'm glad you shared that because that's exactly the similar thing that I went through, right? Because that's what happens, and a lot of times, a lot of women don't exactly understand. And even when I was getting taken away, my ex was like literally crying to the cops, like, no, don't do it, like, no, it was me and whatnot. Don't do this, like all that, and they still weren't trying to hear that. Even if she would say, no, I was one wilding out, like they didn't want to hear that. The fact of the matter is, the law states you are the man, you are stronger, you are the primary aggressor. You got to go to jail. That's just what it is. I like this a position by SMD Vision Photography. I think you're pretty new to the chat. Guys, give SMD Vision a warm welcome here. Shout out to you. I love this comment here. It's called getting a lesser charge. This gives a jury or judge an opportunity to find the defendant guilty, but of a less serious crime than originally charged. Exactly, right? Because if I wouldn't have done with that program that would have did, right? If my ex didn't come out and say, hey, listen, nah, I was wilding out. This is what happened and shit like that, right? And now if I had a camera, and maybe that situation would have turned out a lot different, right? But the fact of the matter is, I had a good lawyer. He looked at that. He looked at the scenario, what my ex was saying, and he's saying, hey, listen, they're not gonna get you on the charge that they're trying to get you right now, but they will get you on this ordinance or whatever it is that they can tag you, or disturbing the peace or whatever the fuck they call it, right? When you're too loud or whatever the fuck. So they were gonna drop it to that. That was the whole program. If I did that, if I failed, then they would charge me with the full thing, which looks worse on your record. So I agree with that. But that's the thing where a lot of women don't realize when guys get protective, there's a reason why. Because when we talk about privilege that you have that a lot of guys don't, and is privy to the law. This is the one of the same privileges I'm talking about. You guys have the privilege to wild the fuck out, and when it comes time for the law to deal with you, then they deal with the man a lot harsher than they deal with the woman. In this case, if that situation would have went south, right? Let's say the cops actually believed her in that scenario, right? Believed her crazy ass. If that was the case, and they came, imagine y'all know how cops come in hot. They'll come in hot, guns drawn. Oh shit, with a kidnapping situation, let's go. They see 3 black dudes. We already know how black men are being viewed over here. Listen, I'm Nigerian, but as long as I'm in this country, I get treated like a black man the same. And I know firsthand how they look at us niggas. And when they see that, all of a sudden, 3 brothers could have gotten hurt for something they didn't do. So we sit here talking about what ifs. This is a what if that can easily gone south. And then it comes out she was live. And if she would have came out, information came out and said the exact same bullshit, it would have been even worse for her. You see what I'm saying?
Yo, dude, you're missing one
This is
point,
what
bro.
I'm talking about.
You're missing one point, dude.
Let me know.
Those three men's life could have been ruined forever, bro.
Forever.
Would have.
What about that rape thing that happened? Y'all remember that one stripper chick that came out and threw those rape allegations against those men? The what is it, something 6 or something like that? I forgot what it
Central
is.
Park 5. She was a jogger, and like the Central Park 5.
No, it wasn't. No. It turns out no, it's a different one, right? It was where these Duke lacrosse. The whole Duke lacrosse thing, where they got that black chick who was a stripper, right? And she came in, she was wilding out, doing her thing and whatnot. And after they had fun and she left and whatnot, turned around and said, "Oh no, they all raped me." Right? She turned around and said that. What happened? And these are white guys too, by the way. So we can't say it only happens to black women. There's a black woman who did the same thing to white people, right? White men, and said that they raped them. And what happened? Their careers were ruined before they even got a chance to see if they were telling the truth or not. And it wasn't until after all the shit done came out, turned out that woman lied. Was it 12 years? You said?
Yeah, 12 years.
After all of that, it came out she lied. Doesn't matter. The life was ruined. Doesn't matter what all that shit. What is the consequences that they have to the woman? So here's the thing. When we see something, when we see consequences happen to someone like April Mason's cousin, and then they say, "Oh, she actually got locked up. She was in jail," and you see a lot of those men saying, "Okay, that's good, right?" Half of that, obviously is them feeling vindicated and whatnot, but the other half is them. They have right to be rejoiceful because this is a system finally giving women the accountability for the bullshit that they do some of the time. So that's basically what it is. I don't know if anyone has something to go after that.
Well, I do.
Oh shit!
Just really quickly, thank you.
Let us know. Let us know. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing, right? I agree with everything that you said. Like removing this situation for a second, just talking about the bottom line of everything you said. I agree with it. You watched one video of mine that and that particular video talks about a lot of this. And these are like repeating things. I do a news show every week and I talk about this. So I 100% agree with you. My contention is not that women like that lie or do all this bullshit. Oh well, they're fine. Or no, my issue is this. Okay, I like to stick to the objective fact of the matter, right? So an objective fact is not our assumptions, right? We don't know why this happened. I can tell you the timeline. I was there. I was literally, I'm not looking back at this from 2 years ago, right? I was there at the moment, right? And this all happened relatively rapidly. We were checking the database to see, okay, here's her charges and da-da-da-da-da, right? So I'm going to pause it given how rapidly it happened, right? And even the way that the story was told. She didn't go back to court. She didn't go to court and okay, well now plea bargain was reached. No, that never happened. That never happened, right? So and now here's why I'm bringing that up, right? Objective fact is important. All of that didn't need to happen for the point to still be valid. Okay, none of that had to happen for the ultimate point to still be valid, because whether or not there really were some dudes inside of that store, whether or not those dudes then left the store and happened to drive down the same damn street as this woman, okay, whether or not any of that's true, by their own admission, these guys never touched that woman, okay, they never did anything crazy to her, right? They didn't get out of their car at her workplace and then start, throwing stones. They never did anything to this woman by their own admission. And yet somehow or another, they felt comfortable calling it kidnap. Okay. They felt comfortable demonizing the Black man as though, oh, well, every time he just happens to exist in a scenario, standing on the same side as you, well, you know what? You can probably say he has the worst possible intentions, right? That is a problem in and of itself. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's why I keep saying it doesn't matter, because we can't prove any of our theories about what happened thereafter. We can just say objective fact is this, right? She tried to report it. They wouldn't push any type of charges. And then April Mason came for the police and da-da-da-da-da, right? And then they charged the cousin with filing a false police report, right? And then the whole manosphere, was rejoicing basically and saying, see, da-da-da-da-da. And then the charges were quietly dropped. Didn't hit the news, didn't hit anything. No one cared about the fact that it got dropped, except for April, and everyone just kept calling her a liar. You're lying, you're lying, you're lying. Your cousin was charged as a liar, and you're still doubling down. Well, no, she's saying the charges got dropped, right? That's her reasoning. My issue is, right, is that regardless of why the charges got dropped, regardless, right, what they said and why they said it, even by their own story, is wrong. Even by their own story is wrong. And so it doesn't matter about all these details, but I feel like we weaken the argument and we weaken the position when we try to say, oh no, this for sure is the way it went down. Oh, for sure this, oh, for sure that, when we can't prove those for sures. We're weakening the argument when the argument in and of itself is valid without that. That's my issue. So I'm looking at it.
Right. And I agree with you on there, but that's not what we're talking about. We're seeing how this relates to April Mason's character. And I think that, let me just say it like that, right? Because what we want to talk about is, because we always talk about it, even in this space as well, is the character of the person, the character of the individual, the character of the man you're dealing with, the integrity, all that, because that's a big part of it. So the character part, it doesn't matter what the hell she got charged for. I don't even care if the charges were dropped. The fact of the matter is, your cousin said something that could be seemed in the media, even the investigators who were investigating it, clear as day that it didn't happen. You go on, you know what you do if you have character and integrity, you go on there and say, hey, there was a situation that happened with my cousin. All right, this happened. Now we don't know the whole facts or however this went down. They're still investigating it, but we'll try to be honest as possible. You guys are seeing in the news right now. What she's saying doesn't line up with what the investigator have, but we'll get to the bottom of it. She didn't do that. She came in and said, y'all didn't defend her, y'all didn't do this. But the thing is, clearly you knew that was a questionable situation in the first place. Any logical woman, anybody who's watching that, not even just women, would see that and say, okay, tell me again what the fuck happened, right? So, but the fact of the matter is, you saw that, and the cognitive dissonance to then say, okay, well, I'm going to go after Black men. I'm going to go on this 14-minute video and then lambast Black men on why they didn't protect my cousin in a situation that really never happened. Don't matter the situation. I agree with you there, Ruby. It doesn't matter the situation. The fact of the matter is, she doubled down on something that was questionable.
Right.
It's a testament to her character.
Exactly.
Go ahead, CJ.
So can I say that so maybe I owe everyone an apology then, because I did not know that. So Duke, whatever, Duke.
Listen, how many? Hey, I'm feeling vindicated right now.
You don't owe me an apology, CJ. You don't owe me an apology. It's cool. I just acknowledge
every dude in the chat.
You don't owe me an apology.
Listen to this and milk the hell out of it.
Wait. I wanted to ask Ruby that, because this is what I was. Hello. This is what I
was joking. Go ahead.
Oh, this is what I was trying to understand. So her cousin, makes the false report. And my understanding was that April believed that it was true, right?
Yes.
And supported her cousin. And then the charges were dropped. And yet, like Ruby said, everyone still kept calling April a liar. And she's like, no, the charges were dropped. And that was where the anger was coming from, was that she was upset that the guys kept perpetuating this story that it was a false accusation and that her cousin was charged and the charges stuck. So that was my understanding of the situation. Is that wrong?
That's
no.
You're not. I wouldn't say you're not wrong to think that. However, I do believe that she knew that what the actual scenario was. I mean, watching the clip, and obviously she would have
firsthand.
The clip wasn't out. The clip definitely came out after. And when it came after, it basically showed that it wasn't the case. Now, I would agree that she probably believed that it happened initially, and maybe when she went after it and then she started talking about all these dudes, right? She was coming out of a place where it was emotional and it was whatnot, because I would listen, man, I would be on the same ish too if that was me, right? But however, if the facts and evidence came out, and not even saying if she was convicted or whatever the fuck, but if it comes out and says, okay, this situation is actually questionable, then I'm gonna come out and say, hey, listen, I know what I said before. I know what the hell happened, though? Right? Yes, absolutely, for my family. Are you kidding me? Even if they fuck up, I'm gonna hold my family accountable. Even if they fuck up, it don't matter.
You have to.
I'm gonna have to hold them. You have to. Family,
You
I don't know if you know this,
accountable
but I don't know if you know
privately,
this, but family could be one of the most toxic situations out there.
That is
So
true.
so if you don't listen, if you're different than that scenario, if you're just letting it happen, you're buying into it because you're sitting there in that whole toxicity. If you want to be different and you want to be able to lead by example, you got to be able to unapologetically call that shit out. And if you're unwilling to call that out, then that's a problem, because then you're not fixing what's in your own home, and you're coming out here telling other people how to fix their own life, and clearly it's not working. So that you're not congruent. I'm not gonna sit here, if I was still hurt and I was angry at women, first of all, it wouldn't take that long for y'all to sense that. It would not. Listen, we're doing a smoke show right now. I can't even tell if it's a fucking smoke show because we're having a civil dialogue. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where it's like, listen, I can come out here. Y'all could easily suss out if I had some kind of problem or whatever the fuck it was with women, because it would show through in my personality. It would show through in my actions and how I come off and see that. But clearly that's not the case. In my actions, everything's congruent because I genuinely actually really love women. I love women a lot. So it's one of those things where I'm not going to be angry with them because I love them, because I understand them. So I'm not going to be angry with them because it's like understanding why the sky is blue. Okay, it's blue because it's blue. That's it. Why am I going to cry over it? So I'm coming in here to these other guys in this space. Listen, stop crying about it. This is just how the situation is. This is real world. What you can do is to control your own environment and go out and actually control your outcomes. That's what I'm preaching, right? But you guys will suss me out if I'm sitting here telling you, oh yeah, these women ain't shit. They fucking me. Nah, I'm over here telling the dudes, and I'm trying to preach it to the fact that it's a human problem that we're dealing with right now, because both men are capable of what April Mason is doing, right? Both men are capable of acting out of emotion. I just said it myself. Listen, if that was my cousin or somebody that was close to me, I would come out here telling y'all what the fuck was up, right? But then that's assuming I didn't have the emotional control to do that, right? And come on the show and just lambast people. But if I didn't, that would be the same thing.
Right? Because you have to be able to be emotionally objective. And I'm going to say that with women who bond together because of a particular trauma, it's harder for women to be as objective, right? And this is how women get into scamming and winning with the scamming kind of stuff with their family, because they understand, right, the right family members to go to and to run that game on and whatever, right? So when y'all are like, oh no, of course she knew, I don't believe that's necessarily true, because if my sister came to me, right, and she told me that she was assaulted or something like that, right, it took a lot of times of her doing that, along with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder and borderline personality disorder, right, for me to start really putting out a critical eye on everything she says, right? But initially, for years, my first response is to not believe every woman on the planet but my sister. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And then even they came up with some different evidence. I'm like, well, my sister wouldn't lie to me about that, right? This is my sister. We grew up, blah, blah, blah. So it's a little bit different, I think. And so I give her that credit or that understanding as a woman that I don't think she was being disingenuous in her belief. And again, that's not even my issue, because even with your belief, how dare you come at the whole of Black men and paint them all as the bottom 5% and demonize and criminalize them all? Do you know what I mean? Even given what your story was. And that was always my issue with her is, well, what do you do given a negative issue with your sister and what she's experiencing, or your cousin, right? Do you objectively say those 3 guys are trash? Or do you now say, well, all Black men are trash, all Black men are dangerous, all Black men are dangerous, all Black men are dangerous?
And that was my
go ahead, Mark. We'll listen to some last minute rebuttals, and then we'll start wrapping up. But this was great. Okay. This was good. Hey, first ever smoke show turned out well.
Hey now.
I just had I had a quick question. I had a quick question though. If the punishment was more severe for false accusations, do you guys believe that women would be holding back on these false accusations, or would they still try to go for it?
Absolutely, they'll hold back. I think some of them would actually still do it, right? But majority of them, just because of that security factor, they're not gonna risk that. If they see other women getting a book thrown at them, similar to some of these dudes in the same crime, they're not gonna risk that. They're just not. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because there's a small. I did like this research on it a while back, but it says that the same crime that a man would commit, a woman would get a third of that time. So for a guy would get 15 years, a woman would get 5 years, but they would still do commit the same crime. And that's the thing that really astonished me. I was like, aren't women crying for equality? Doesn't equality also mean equal punishment?
No, but these fake feminists like to focus on the gender pay. No, what about the gender jail time, right? Let's equalize that.
What about consent laws? Wait, what about consent laws? Because in and of itself, right? If a man is drunk and a woman is drunk, right, and they sleep together, only the man is a predator, right? The woman's not a predator, even if he was drunker, because he's the man. Wait, what? I thought it's illegal for you to sleep with a drunk person, no matter. Regardless, right? That's what they said, but apparently it's not true. So,
but the thing is, when women see the stuff and they understand that the law is a little bit lenient on them, of course, it incentivizes them to act and wild out. That's what it is. And here's the thing: it's just like back when guys had majority of the power too. I mean, when guys had the power, they would abuse women. I'm not gonna sit there and lie that most guys, when women weren't working or doing that, they didn't take some of their power and wielded it against their women in their house. Obviously, we know that. That's why we also advocate for some form of financial equality for ladies, right? The fact of the matter is, women have that. However, we're in the time frame right now where it's pretty much the opposite of the 1930s and 40s and whatnot, where women have overwhelming amount of power because the pendulum is swinging the other way. And what do we start to see? The same level of abuse. So it's not a woman or man thing. We just understand that you give human beings a certain amount of power, or they understand they have a certain amount of privilege, they're gonna use it against the other people. So it's high time we actually start making laws based off of human natures and fuck the gender. Like this is how people are most likely to behave. Let's put a law against that, right? For us, it always bothered me where we can study animals all the way through and through all these different species and whatnot, but we can't study ourselves, understand how the fuck we behave, and likely situations that we'll get ourselves into based on the rules that are.
Well, we do study that. Just no one listens to people like me, right? Or to black pill medicine or whatever, right? Even though we've dedicated our lives and in some cases, a decade or two to studying human behavior, where it evolved from, what the mechanism is, and why it still exists today, right? Like, I mean, that's literally my whole life, right? I've dedicated it to it. But when I try to explain, right, people just tell me I'm wrong because some random content creator cherry picked some random concept out of all of the other ones, right, and then just used it out of context, and so to support their rhetoric. So I must be wrong because I'm using it within context, right? I just want to do one thing really quickly, just because I keep seeing people ask. First of all,
close out. Go ahead.
Okay, I see people ask if I'm black or if I'm married, and then say I'm not a lot. So because I haven't canned up yet on this panel, I'm going to do it for like a minute, just because I pulled myself together enough to be vaguely presentable. I'm actually really sick today, but I just wanted to prove that I'm black, and I can do that by camming up. Because even though I'm light skinned,
same here.
I can watch. Because even though I'm light skinned, right? You see my 4C hair? This is my blackness right here.
That is a black woman.
These are my wedding rings.
I can verify that.
That's not a nappy.
Definitely black.
That hair needs to be a little bit more nappy. That hair needs to be a little more nappy to be black.
All right, a little bit more. I don't know. We can't.
Looking good, sister.
Thank you. This is me on my sick day, so I apologize. I'm not representing my husband as much as I normally do, trying to be all fine. But I just want to prove I am black. I am married. This is very Wang. If you can't see the little blue gem. Anyway,
okay.
I told you I came up on the next one, so I wanted to be fair and actually came up on the next one. So I just wanted to do that first.
We'll see you on the next one, like for real. But y'all see her. She's a woman. She's black.
I'm a woman and I'm black.
There you go.
Happy double. It's a couple. There you go.
But I mean, listen. This was quite civil. This was good, right? You don't really see that a whole lot. You don't really smoke shows usually tend to turn south. But hey, CJ, you say you know what a smoke show was? It's basically if y'all had a problem or disagreement, you come on here, you let them know, right? It's just dedicated for that. So I noticed I was getting emails, I was getting people in the comment section. I think you even commented a little bit too, where it's just like, I think you were wrong on this. So fine, we're gonna have another one for you Tate fans out there. Y'all think I was wrong? You come up here and justify this bullshit that he's putting up. All right. So
I'm still gonna do a response video though to talk about the specific points that I agreed with about women and the whole byproduct thing. I think that was misunderstood, and also what she was trying to explain about femininity. I think the problem is she's saying things wrong. Her point isn't wrong, but the way she's trying to explain it is, and that's because she's not self-actualized, right? She hasn't gotten there. So of course she's just not going to explain it right.
That's the thing. That I agree with you on there, because I can see that. I can tell when someone's self-aware based on how they speak versus someone who clearly doesn't get it, right? Because someone who's self-aware, they know how to basically talk, especially you give them as much rope as you want, but they know the situation, they understand the scenario and the subtext behind that. However, she doesn't have that self-awareness. If you're not self-actualizing, understanding your actual situation in relation to what other people teach you, then it's like you're not really in a right position to be able to coaching others, because you're not aware of who you are yourself. So you don't know what their situation would be and how to basically better help them, especially when it gets deep. That's my only problem, and she still hasn't gone through that. She's proven she hasn't gone through that. So it's one of those things where you're not ready for teaching guys, because guys are I even feel like they're even worse off than some of these women out here nowadays. So I think that if guys are in a touchy space, we don't have room for all these fake female alphas coming in here and try to rock the game. You know what I'm saying? So someone like you, Ruby, CJOJ, you bring on some interesting points. You just got to start a channel, right? See, someone, you guys who are black women who are obviously reasonable, you can see a point and listen. That you go out and we need more women like you in this space, right? Men need more women like you in this space. But if we have an April Mason coming in here just saying the exact same thing some of these toxic red pillars saying, and she get calls out on it, I mean, you need to get called out on it. I don't know what else to tell you. But with that being said, I'm gonna mute you a little bit, Marcus. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you guys doing that. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the sub button, and hit the bell notification so you guys get notified when we have a live. All right, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays usually is when we have our live session. We drop videos Tuesdays and Thursdays, so we get content to you guys every single day. If you guys love the content we're putting up, make sure you hit that sub button. It's gonna help us keep us going and keep the drive up. I appreciate the comments too as well, good and or bad. I find them hilarious, and yes, we best believe we respond to them. Also, one more announcement. I don't know if I told you guys, our website's live, all right? And we just added we coded a chat feature into the website itself, so you guys can go in and I know you guys love the chat and how you guys interact with each other. So, and I know I don't really have as much access. You guys don't have as much access to me, but go into our website right now if you guys want to. All right, you go in the chat section. If it's similar to Discord, it's basically coded that way, so that way you guys can see we can interact with each other on there. I'll be on there, so you guys can talk to me. If you guys have any questions or anything like that, we can interact with each other. But it's Duke and Don. This is what it looks like. I'll pull it up here real quick. All right, this is what we are. All right, so make sure you hit that. Go in there, go to the Hangout. It's what it's called, the Hangout. You click on there. All right, these are the groups that we have, question and answers. If you guys want to be able to submit content, you guys can do that here too as well. Just click any of the one. We'll be in those groups, man. We're ready to answer any questions. You guys will even get notified with certain things or certain projects that we have coming out. So don't forget to hit up that, and we'll be there if you guys have any questions or video submissions. With that being said, I appreciate you guys watching. You could be anywhere in the world right now, but you chose to spend it with us, and I appreciate it. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the lead for popping in. Shout out to all the other guys in here. Shout out to you guys for watching. And we'll catch you guys on the next stream. With that being said, peace.